Hi, Lexi. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Michelle. How are you, beautiful? Hi, Sherry. I just came in to hang out for a little bit before the workshop. Good morning, good morning. I hope everybody got their Snicky snacks and water. Thank you for the heart, me. Still cleaning up after the tornado we had. You had a tornado yesterday? For real, for real? Hi, Craft. Did everybody get their masking tape by any chance? Michelle, though, seriously, for real, you guys had a tornado on Wednesday. How did I not know that? Well, I really haven't been on TikTok. Oh, girl, I'm sorry. Everybody's okay, though. You're safe. The kids are safe. Hi, Angel. What's going on? Good morning. Thank you for the heart puffs, Lizzie. Just a journey. Thank you for the heart puffs. Hi, Michelle. Did everybody see on the website? Everyone is good. Just took down some branches and trees in the yard. Oh, girl, I'm so glad. Hey, did everybody see on the website that you are going to need masking tape? Did everybody get masking tape? You need at least 2-inch masking tape for today's workshop. It was on the website for supplies that you would need. I just want to make sure everybody's got their masking tape. Hi, dear Lee. Thank you for the heart, me. But y'all, we are going to need masking tape. That's why I wanted to hop on here early, girl. We're going to need masking tape. And if you guys have a cardboard box laying around, grab a cardboard box as well. We are doing the vintage workshop, detective workshop today. So if you guys have a cardboard box laying around, grab that and some masking tape. Because you're going to need at least 2-inch wide masking tape. I got my hair on there. But 2-inch wide masking tape and a cardboard box if you have it. If you don't, let me know. If you don't have a cardboard box or masking tape, because you need 2-inch masking tape. It was on the website of supplies that you'll need. Yeah, you'll need 2. I got mine from the D store. It only cost me, I think, $2 for the masking tape, but you definitely need masking tape and cardboard box. Thank you. They are Versace. They're Versace. I love them. I love the color. My last glasses were Versace, but they were black. I love Versace's glasses. They're very comfortable on the face. They're very light too, so they're not heavy at all. They don't leave a line on my nose or on the side of my face. Hi, Scarlett. Make sure everybody's got their, if you have not, if some people may not have read the website when they purchased the Vintage Detective, you do need, this is 2-inch, thank you guys, 2-inch wide masking tape. I got this from the Dollar Place, but you are going to need 2-inch masking tape and a cardboard box. If you don't have a cardboard box, I did include some cardboard, but it wasn't enough for what we need. So I need y'all need a cardboard box and 2-inch masking tape. I cannot go live on YouTube, y'all. My webcams, neither one of my webcams are working. So I have new ones on the way, but they're not here yet. So we're just doing it on TikTok. I'm going to download the video and then upload it to YouTube later. For those of you that are just going to watch today, it will be available on YouTube tonight after we finish the workshop. So we're going to do it all live here on TikTok, and then I'll download the video and post it on YouTube later. Supposed to get tattoo in 25 minutes. Now I have 55 minutes to wait. Well, you can watch. Some comments were filtered. I don't know what happened. Becky got filtered for giving me a thumbs up. But please make sure you grab Snicky snacks too. You're going to need them. I know, Becky. Isn't that weird? You got filtered for just giving me a thumbs up. Hi, Pam. Oh, really, girl? You're going to have to post a video. You're going to have to post a video, Scarlett. I'm excited to see it. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We have about a half an hour before the workshop starts. So you will need 2-inch masking tape and a cardboard box. I need to grab a cardboard box. I think I got rid of all mine, to be honest. I'm going to take you guys with me. But I think I got rid of all mine. Because my grandbaby was helping break down all the cardboard boxes. And I think I got rid of them all. Shoot. Let's see. Oh, dang, I got one. I got one cardboard box. I don't even know what's in it. Oh, it's the chipboard. I don't even know what's in it. Oh, it's the chipboard. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm trying not to murder myself by slipping and falling. Because I put some stuff on the floor. I need to empty my chipboard box. Hold on. So that I have a box. I'm going to put you guys back in the cradle. Thank you guys for tapping. Make sure I'm plugged in. Okay, I need my scissors. I need scissors. Thank you for the heart, me. Thank you. Oh, they set my chipboard loose. Y'all, they set my chipboard loose. It usually comes in a plastic bag. They sent it loose in a box. So that means I have to empty the box. Damn. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to have to empty the box. Crapola. Thank you for the heart, me. Sorry about my hair, y'all. I just woke up. not too long ago. I was up really late with the grandbaby. I posted a little video, and have not I'm still in my pajamas. That's pretty typical with me, though. I'm usually in my pajamas all the time, so that's okay. Okay, I got my cardboard box. It's not very big, but it's big enough. So y'all, just a simple cardboard box and 2-inch masking tape. Okay, let me put this chipboard down. Okay. All right. Lord have mercy. Let me take all the stickers off my cardboard box. But y'all, if you haven't gotten it ready, we need 2-inch masking tape and a cardboard box. I did include some cardboard with the order, but you're gonna need a little bit more. And what better way than to upcycle our cardboard? It doesn't have to be a huge box. I'm just gonna peel off the stickers. I do my own hair. I actually put the dreads back in Thursday night. I put the dreads in. It took me 6 hours. The only part that I didn't do was this part here in the front, because I like it. Thank you. Because I like it a little wispy. But I'll be honest with you, I pulled it up today. I had it down yesterday, but it gets heavy because I always double mine up. So every single dread I have in my hair, there's actually 2 on each thing that I braid in. So I do double the amount. Hi, Mimi. We're going to be doing our Vintage Detective Workshop. Hi, guys. Welcome in. Our Vintage Detective Workshop is today. So we're going to do that. And I don't know how long it'll take. We go, it's the slowest person in the room. We go at their pace. So the last workshop, I think, took 10 or 11 hours. This is a big book, though. This is a big book. This is as big as the last book we just did, the Witchy Cottagecore. I think I have an incense lit over there on the other side of the room, and it's kind of strong. It's stronger than normal. So it's kind of burning my eyeballs. But it's Zen. It's Zen. And if anybody's curious, I did not get the invoices online yet. My grandbaby is going home today. So I spent a good bit amount of time with him before he goes home. The August workshop is Alice in Wonderland. It's kind of grungy, old school. There are still some available online. I think that one's $65 because it's a smaller book. It's not a big book. Not like today's or last month's. It is smaller, and there are some available still. Yay! Angel found everything. So y'all, if you are just coming in and you didn't know, on the website for the Vintage Detective, you needed 2-inch masking tape. The Dollar Place has these for, I believe, $2.50. You will need it, and you will also need a cardboard box. Girl, Becky, you can use your own materials too. You can follow along. There's no saying that you can't. Just use papers that you already have. So you can go back, you can watch and then go back to the video, to YouTube, and use whatever papers you already have on hand to be able to follow along. It doesn't have to be the same exact papers that I'm using. It's just the concept. Absolutely. It's just the concept, that's all. So you can do it with any theme. The reason why I chose like the vintage detective book was because I really wanted to use a eyeglass, one of those magnifier thingies. So I was like, I found them at a good cost in bulk. So I was like, ooh, that would be really good for a vintage detective book. But no, you can use it with any subject matter, and you don't have to have the same exact paper that I'm using. You can use anything. Like I said, it's just building a book on concept. But yes, thank you for the heart me. But y'all that are just coming in, don't forget you need your 2-inch wide masking tape and a cardboard box. I got a small cardboard box. This isn't huge. But thank you for the heart me. Happy Saturday. I'm just peeling off the stickers off of my box. This is a small box. This isn't tremendously huge, but you will need a small cardboard box. I did include some cardboard with your project. Thank you, Angel, for the heart me. I did include some cardboard with your project, but that's not, you actually need a small cardboard box. But if you don't have one, it's okay. You can go back and watch. I'm not live on YouTube. I'm just going to download this video and post this on YouTube later after we're done, because my webcams were acting up. I don't know if they're out, if they came out with a new update or whatever, but they would not connect to my computer. Neither did my printer for my labels. Excuse me. So I don't know what happened, but it is what it is. I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm not gonna be upset about it. Thank you, T, for the lightning bolts. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow as well. But welcome to Sabrina's Window. We do excuse me, we do a monthly workshop, and that's what we're doing today. Our theme today is Vintage Detective. So how it works is, I am a business here on TikTok. Thank you. I did it myself. But we do every month, the last Saturday of the month, we do a workshop together. So there is a cost related to that. It is on my website. So every month we have a different theme, and I send you all of your supplies, and we create a book together. So this month is Vintage Detective. Next month it is Alice in Wonderland. It's like a grungy old school Alice. But I send, like I said, I send you all of your supplies. Hi, Lisa. I send you all of your supplies. There may be a few things that you'll need to have yourself, like a bookbinding kit, which is a needle and wax thread, glue, scissors, a ruler. This workshop, normally that's all we pretty much need in a cutter. But I send you all your papers, all that kind of stuff. This workshop, though, we needed 2-inch masking tape and a small cardboard box. But everything else I send to you. But we make a book from start to finish. Hi, Sailor. We make a book start to finish, and you can do with it as you want. You can sell it after the class. You can give it away, whatever. But we just make a book together. And we do different types of bookbinding. It's not always sewing. We do no-sews as well, or tabs, or cloth. But like, again, I send you all of that stuff. So you're welcome to check it out. The link to my website is in my bio. But like I said, I am a legal business here on TikTok. Aw, thank you, Lisa. But we go at the slowest person's pace. Oh, that would be fun. You're welcome to follow along. You don't have to have a kit. Like, you can use papers that you already own, or supplies that you already own that you can create the kit with. But I always upload it to YouTube, which is also the YouTube. If you go click the link in my bio, I do have a YouTube channel. You can go back and watch previous workshops because they're always posted on YouTube after we're finished. But you are welcome to follow along. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. Sharing is caring. And we share. We don't gatekeep. I'm opening my box. Hi, Carlene. But I got my box, y'all. It's not very big, and again, you just need a small cardboard box, y'all. I got stuff in the mail from Amazon, and I just used the cardboard box from that. Hi, beautiful. What's going on? And 2-inch masking tape, y'all. And if you don't have it, it's okay. But we will need it. Thank you, Crazy Cat. I did it myself. I did it on Thursday night. Hi, Miss Helene. I did my hair on Thursday night. Because today Wyatt goes home and my daughter and her husband, they're leaving today. So I spent the entire day with them yesterday. We went to a baseball game. We went to the arcade. Thank you, Sailor. Well, thank you. It's a little messy. I'm a little messy. During the workshop, so I didn't get to... Oh, girl. Yes, we're going to do the workshop in about 10 minutes. We're going to start. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you guys. We're up to 81 heart me's. Ah! Drive home from soccer. Love you, Sailor. Be careful driving home. But, yes, we're going to do the Vintage Detective Workshop today, y'all. Thank you, Summer, for the heart me. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Aw, thank you, Wieners, for the heart puffs. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I love y'all. No, it's not a sub workshop. It is, you can watch, you can stay. But how it works is, this is a business. It's Sabrina's Window. And on my website, every month we do a workshop. Upload the tag book to YouTube. Yes, the tag book is up there. It's with the date for Cuss Words and Coffee for the sub live. It is up on YouTube. You just have to look for the Cuss Words and Coffee. It's under live tab though. Carlene. It's under the live tab because I had to go live over there and I just started the whole thing over because TikTok wouldn't let me come back on. It kept giving me an error message. I love your face too. But anyway, so this is my business account. This is Sabrina's Window. So I am a legal business here on TikTok. I can sell on TikTok Shop, but I choose not to. I decided just to sell live. Thank you. But anyway, so every month we do a workshop, and I send you all of your supplies for a cost. And believe me, you get your money's worth. I promise you. But every month is different. So the dollar amount could be anywhere from, I think we've had as low as $35 to $65 to $85 or $95. It just depends on the size of the book and the content of what it is that I'm sending you. And trust me, it's worth it. But if you don't have the money for the supplies, that's absolutely fine as well. You are welcome to follow along. I do have a YouTube channel, which is also in my bio. And every workshop that we've done is on YouTube. I can't go live on YouTube today. My webcams aren't working. I don't know if it's an update or what. I tried getting them hooked up yesterday and they wouldn't. So I don't know what's going on, but I ordered a new one. Anyway, so after I'm done with this, we always go at the slowest person's pace. Nobody gets upset. Nobody gets angry, even if I have to repeat myself 100 times. It's okay. Nobody gets mad. Nobody gets upset. Everybody knows that, you know, if you are a little faster at making books than others, it's okay. You don't have to stay for the entire thing because it is uploaded to YouTube. So you can come back and watch it later. I think our last workshop was 10 or 11 hours, which was a long day for a lot of people, so they didn't finish it all in one day, and that's okay. I stayed until the very end, and there was actually several of us that stayed until the very end and finished our books. Hi, Starvin! But every month, like I said, we do a different theme. And it is up on my website, sabrinaswindow.com. And again, like I said, if you're looking for my YouTube channel, it's also on there. And I do have a personal account here on TikTok. It's called Cuss Words and Coffee. And I think right now I have Sam's Smartass Mamas. I think I have a picture of her husband on my profile right now because I thought it was funny. But anyway, so yeah, it's a man wearing a hat, Cuss Words and Coffee. I screenshotted that and I put that on my profile as my profile picture because I thought it was hysterical. He was wearing his grandma's hat playing video games. But anyway, on my Cuss Words and Coffee account, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 6 a.m., I give away a piece of art. So whatever journal that I'm working on during that live, I give it away at the end of the live. Plus, I've also had other giveaways where I give away a little goodie box full of stickers and paper. But yeah, so we have both accounts, personal and business. So you guys are welcome. I know most of you follow me on both accounts. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that, Miss Lisa. I love doing it. It was a fun night. He is good about stuff Sam asked him to do. I know. He's a saint. The workshop is at 1 p.m., so in about 5 more minutes. Hi, Jade. Jade, I'm sorry I did not respond to your message. I didn't see it until right before I was going live because I haven't been on this account. So for everybody who has messaged me on this account, I apologize. I promise you I'm not ignoring everybody. Yes. But I'm not ignoring anybody. I promise you. I get so many messages and sometimes it's a little hard to keep up, especially with the grandbabies being here the last 2 weeks. I promise you next week we're going to get caught up in everybody's messages. We're going to get caught up in everybody's mail. Anything that I have forgotten, I will get caught up on it this coming week. So for that, I apologize. It's been a little bit crazy with the car accident with my daughter and then my grandbabies being here for 2 weeks. It's been a little nuts. But we will get back on it. Yes, she's actually good. Her leg's still hurting a little bit. She's not getting headaches anymore. They actually got their car, not 100% fixed, but they did get their car fixed, so that it's drivable, so they're able to take it home today. Otherwise, they have a rental car just to be on the safe side. But they want to be able to, I know it's been crazy, they're able to drive their car home. So they still have the rental car. So her husband is going to follow her because she can't drive the rental car because he rented the car. So she's not on the rental car. So she has to drive the car that they got into the accident with home. And the baby is going to ride with dad because my daughter's still a little freaked out. So, but everybody's good. Everybody's good. We spent the entire day together yesterday because today they're going home. They're still here. They're packing up their cars. But yeah, it's been a little nuts. Well, my grandbabies are here. It's really hard because 3 boys, they age from 12 to 8. Well, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. Believe me, the prayers were answered. Prayers were definitely answered because, they were both safe. They are both doing well. My grandson wasn't injured. He just had a lot of adrenaline going through his body. My daughter, she struggled for a couple of days, but she's doing much better now, thank goodness. Girl, you and me both. And with the baseball game yesterday, y'all, if you didn't, y'all that follow me on Cuss Words and Coffee, there was a lot of eye candy yesterday. There was a lot of eye candy, a lot of stuff I couldn't post. Thank you for the heart puffs, but there was a lot of stuff I couldn't post. Girl, I can tell you right now, I was cat calling like there was no tomorrow. My daughter, thank you, Jade. My daughter was so embarrassed because there was one guy there that he looked like a little lumberjack. And then, of course, Blanda was like, let me see how old he is. And he was younger than my daughter. He was younger than my daughter. And then he was telling me all about it. So his name was Jacob. So, of course, I was like, come on, Jacob, let's go. And then he was sitting in front of us. My grandson got his baseball signed. And I was like, I told my daughter, I'm like, God damn, I want to climb that tree. She was like, oh my God, really? Can you never just be normal? And I'm like, who says you're not normal? I know I'm normal. It was absolutely hysterical. But even my grandson was like, is that the guy, Grandma? Is that the guy, Gigi? I'm like, yes, that's the guy. I love it. All right. It is 1:00, y'all. Okay. So for everybody who's coming in, we need a cardboard box. So I did include some cardboard with your orders. You are going to need a cardboard box, y'all. I have a little one. I know, wasn't he? Oh, girl, he was fine. You should have saw him. I've tried taking video of him while he was doing stretches. Girl, my daughter yelled at me. So, of course, she knocked my phone. She said that was an invasion of privacy. I said, he's in public. That ain't private. That's public. I try to do a public service for y'all. She was so mad. That's like the guy at Olive Garden. She wouldn't let me film the guy at Olive Garden either. She's such a party pooper. She's so shy. I don't know where she gets it from. I'm like, I've been this way my entire life, girl. I don't know where you get your shyness from. It certainly ain't from me. Because I will tell a man in a heartbeat. Anyway, we need a cardboard box. This is a small box. It doesn't have to be huge, but you guys are going to need a cardboard box. And you are going to need 2-inch wide masking tape. So if y'all haven't grabbed it, does it matter? Does it matter if it's not? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. It's going to be covered, Jade, so it doesn't matter the color. Doesn't matter the color. And it doesn't have to be a huge box either, because we're probably not going to use the entire thing, but we are going to need some of it. But like I said, the 2-inch masking tape is going to be the biggest thing, because that we're going to use a lot of it. Sorry, y'all, my head itches. It only itches because it pulls. Some of the dreadlocks are a little too tight. Makes my brain hurt. Anyway, so everybody got their supplies. Everybody has their bag if they don't have it open already. And I guarantee you nobody's missing anything, because my daughter and I both went through everything 3 times to make sure that everybody's papers are the same exact order. So as I'm pulling it out of the bag, that's how you're going to be pulling yours out of the bag. So everything looks the same. so everybody knows that they're not missing anything, because we've had that happen. We've had that happen. But we triple checked it just to be sure. But anyway, make sure everybody has their water and any snack that they want. We will take a potty break. But as we proceed through the workshop, for all y'all that do know, I always ask for a thumbs up to make sure that everybody's where I'm at. If you need me to slow down, please don't be afraid to ask to slow it down a little bit. We do not have a problem with that. We have a bunch of mods that are in the room. If I miss a comment, somebody will pin the comment to the top of the chat so that I can see it. I promise you we don't ignore anybody, and we go at the slowest pace of the slowest person in the room. So this will be downloaded and then put on YouTube later. After we're done with the workshop, it takes about a couple of hours for it to process, to upload. And then it'll have Vintage Detective Workshop for the month of July on YouTube. So if you can't stay for the entire workshop, that is fine. It will be available on YouTube after we're done with the workshop. But does anybody have any questions before I flip you guys around to get started? But again, if you do not purchase the book or purchase the supplies, that's fine. You can watch and then you can come back later with your own stuff and make it however you so choose. There's no right or wrong way we do things, and I always make mistakes, y'all. Y'all know that. For those of you who are new, I make mistakes. So go slow. Let me do it first before you do it, because I am known to make mistakes. I F up all the time. So I rather I F up than you F up, and then we're both out. Because I can reprint something, you can't. So give it a hot minute before you do it to make sure that I didn't F up. Because everybody here knows I do. Do we need a whole box or just some cardboard? Just some cardboard. But you're not going to need the whole entire box. You're just going to need the pieces of it. So if you don't have a whole box, it's okay. But you're definitely going to need the masking tape. That we're going to use quite a bit of the masking tape. Absolutely, Miss Kim D. And it doesn't matter the color of the cardboard because it's getting covered. So it doesn't matter. And if you don't want to use cardboard and you want to use a cereal box, you could use a cereal box. If you want to use chipboard, you can use chipboard. If you want to use something, cardstock that's heavy duty, you can use that. I just found it was less expensive to use cardboard, and I'm repurposing it. So you do as you see fit. Like I said, you could use chipboard if you don't want to use the cardboard. That is okay. So if you have chipboard on hand, you're welcome to replace the cardboard with chipboard. So, and it's just for a small area. So you don't need a whole lot. You might need one whole sheet of 8.5 by 11 chipboard. But it's just it weighs so much to ship it. That's why I included some cardboard. All right. Thank you, Miss Charmin. I appreciate you guys. All right. Are you guys ready to get started? We're going to go ahead and flip everybody around and we'll get started. But like I said, make sure everybody has their water. Make sure everybody has a snicky snack. And we'll get started. Flip everybody around and then I'll open my bag. Okay. All right. So we doing work on here and no YouTube, right? Yes, because my webcams, I tried connecting them yesterday. And thank you for this resubscription. Neither one of my webcams would connect to my computer. I don't know why. Thank you, Kim D. You're so sweet. But I could not get either one of them to connect, so I did have to order some new ones. So I thank you, Miss Connie, for the heart me. You're so sweet. But I did order some new ones because I wanted to be able for you to be able to see my face as well as what it is that I'm working on. They wouldn't connect. That's okay. But I'm going to go ahead and flip you guys around. Again, cardboard box. Doesn't matter the color, or a cereal box, whatever. And then the 2-inch masking tape. You are definitely going to need that. But I'm going to go ahead and flip you guys around so that we can get started, okay? Hold on. Thank you, Miss Charmin, for the populars. Oh, that was so sweet. Thank you. That was so sweet. All right, we're going to turn you guys around. Thank you, Glitter, for the heart me. I appreciate you. I love you too, Charmin. I do. I love you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. You guys have been a complete blessing. I'm going to flip you guys around. We're going to get started. I love you. Hold on. Flip camera. Okay, there we go. All right. Let me get you guys up in the air. Move my stuff out of the way here. Hold on, y'all. Okay. All right. Let me put my ruler back in there. Okay, let me get comfy. Ugh. All right. So, let me open my bag. Hi, Miss Sheila. All right, let me throw my bag away. And my stuff is packed the same exact way. Hi, Samantha B. My stuff is packed the same exact way that your stuff was packed. And I do that so that you guys can see this is everything that you're supposed to have seen in your Happy Saturday in your bag. So there is one bag that has a bunch of items in it. There is some paper, more paper, and more paper. And then there is chipboard. Okay, 3 sheets of chipboard. There is a file folder. And then there is this blue bag. Now, y'all, in this blue bag, hold on, let me move this. In this blue bag, and I apologize, the smell of coffee is probably pretty strong. It takes a couple days of airing out before some of the coffee smell goes away. So I apologize. My daughter and I hand stained every one of these. So every single workshop that went out, we did all of this coffee staining for these papers. So they all look different. Every single one of them looks different, but there are 3. So some of them are dark, some of them are light, but they all have coffee staining on them. Some of them are a little more done than others, but every single one of them, these were all done by hand by my daughter and I. So we did every single one of these. So one journal has dots on it. One journal has graph paper on it. And another journal has lines. So like I said, this is my own recipe that I gave y'all for the coffee stained paper. And I also saved the paper that, what was it, parchment paper, because the parchment paper, oh my God, the parchment paper, I love doing the coffee stain paper and then using parchment paper to catch all the little drips, because let me tell you something, that paper, parchment paper, I am going to be using in another book. Yes, they did turn out absolutely amazing. So, you can tell the right side up on some of them, they'll have name and date, and the other one does not, and neither does the graph paper. The dots in the graph paper, they don't. So we are going to start with these first. Okay, so we are going to need the 3 notebooks, and we are also going to need our masking tape. Okay, so everybody got one of these in their kits as well. Let me open this up. So everybody got a magnifying glass chain, okay, and then everybody got a magnifier. So everyone got one of these. It's a gold with a wooden handle magnifying glass. This is for the detective. And again, like I said, everybody got one of these as well with the chain on it. We're going to need both of those. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove this out of its container. And then I'm going to set this to the side so that all the garbage is off my desk. Thank you. So there is the chain and with the magnifying glass. Love, 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 but we will need the chain as well. So I'm going to set that off to the side as well as the magnifier, and I'm going to throw this stuff away. Okay, we're going to start with the masking tape and the 3 journals. I'm going to set the rest of this to the side. Hold, please. Oh, pull out. Come on. I'm trying to pull my drawer out. I can't get my drawer out. Hold on. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus. Move my cardboard box out the way. Come on. There we go. For the love of baby Jesus. All right. Put that to the side. Okay. So we're going to need our 2-inch masking tape, and we're going to need our 3 books, okay? We are also going to need glue. We're also going to need glue. So we're going to take, it doesn't matter what order that you do this in. You guys put it in the order however you so choose. We have the graph. We have the dots, and I have lines. So I'm going to put my graph on top, my lines in the middle, and my dots in the back. Or no, my dots on top. But that's how I'm going to put mine. Okay. So we're going to take our glue. We're going to flip over. Again, if you're using the lines, make sure the date and stuff is at the top right-hand corner so you know that you got it correctly. But what we're going to do is we're going to take our glue, and it doesn't matter what glue that you use. I can't show you the glue that I use because TikTok has changed their policy on stuff that's not available in TikTok shop, but it is a 3-in-1. So you can do a little Googling to see what kind it is. I get mine on the Zon, and I get a pack of 4 at one time, and it's on a monthly shipment. So anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue the outside edge of my notebook. All the way around the outside. And then through the middle. And then I'm going to take my next notebook, the back side, and then you're going to take your next notebook, the front of it, and then you're going to glue those 2 together, and you're going to line everything up so that the covers match. And then what I'm going to do to make sure that mine stay together is I'm going to go ahead and clip them together so that they all line up. Thank you, Miss Sheila, for the share out. I appreciate you. I know you do, girl. I know you do. And I am grateful for it. All right, so now I'm just gonna rub these together to make sure we got connection. Now, don't worry about the spine part because that's going to get covered up. Okay? We just have to get the covers connected together. All right. So there's mine. I got those two together, and then I'm going to flip it all the way to the last page. And again, we're going to do the same thing, the back to the front of the next notebook so that all three are glued together by the covers of their books. And again, don't worry about the spine because the spine is going to get covered with the masking tape then and some craft paper. And it doesn't have to be perfect, y'all. There's no right or wrong way. I'm going to line the edges up to make sure that they're even. And then I'm going to go ahead and clasp them together so that they stay together until it's dry. I do have a lot of clips, and believe it or not, I use them all the time. Some of them are actually glued together. I have to force them apart because I love these. I love these quilting clips. I have not had one break, and I get glue on them all the time, and it's not a big deal. All right, so let me stand this up and push them together. But yeah, the binding clips are like my favorite go-to. Oh, hold on. Let me fix this before mine's a little off by the spine. It's okay though. We can fix it. I bought them from one of their tutorials and now oh girl, I love them. They are seriously, they're my favorite clips to use over binder clips. Okay, that's better. Perfect. Yeah, these are my absolute go-tos, and like I said, there is a ton of glue in my little clippy clips, and that's okay because they still open. Some of them get stuck and I just force them and then they do open, but they have not broken. and I have a ton of them. I use these now all the time. I was wishing I had lots more on the last hinged. Well, like I said, these are very, to me, these are less expensive and more reusable than the binder clips. Yes, absolutely. And they don't leave a mark. Hi, Angel. I know, I love mine too, y'all. All right, so now we have all three of our notebooks together. I am going to glue this one just a little bit here at the top along this side. A little bit better. Okay, there we go. They're not quite wide enough, but I do have binder clips that are thick enough to go ahead and squeeze that together. Whoa. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna this one too. Oh, puzzle piece already. Hold on, y'all. All right, there we go. Puzzle piece done. Okay. So I'm just gonna wipe off some of that excess glue here. Glue boogies. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just that all three notebooks are glued together. So I'm going to give that a second, y'all. All right, let me get myself some pretzels. Hold on, y'all. I have plenty of water, so I won't choke, I promise. Well, I can't say that I won't choke, because y'all know I choke on my own spit, but I like snacks. Okay. All right. Beautiful. Just a little bit longer. It's quite not all the way dry yet. This glue dries very fast, but it's getting there. I only glued because the spine was separated a little bit between the two. So I put a little glue in there and then just used binder clips to keep it closed. So that way there I'm glued. I am tight on this end. Does that make sense, Kim? So I just glued a little bit at the top just to make sure that they didn't separate before I added the masking tape. I wanted them nice and tight. I'm using the 3-in-1. I can't show you the bottle because TikTok changed their guidelines and they don't sell it on TikTok Shop. So it is called 3-in-1. Thank you, Miss Jade. You guys can say it in the chat, but I can't say it or show it because it's not sold in TikTok Shop. So, but it is 3-in-1. If you do a little Google search with what Jade said, you'll be able to find it very easily. All right, let's see. Oh, that's way better. Okay, there we go. Well, it's still a little wet. You see how it's starting to separate? Absolutely. So it's not quite dry. So I'm going to go ahead and reclamp it. And we're just going to work on something else while this is drying. just to make sure that I get that good tight seam. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right. I'm going to wait for that to dry. So we'll move on to something else. So I'm going to put my journals to the side. And then what we're going to need, we're going to need one piece of chipboard. Yes, girl, I have it on auto ship. They have new, Angel, that brand actually has it in a 4-pack now. And it's just awesome. I had that on auto ship, but now they have it in a 4-pack. So I get 4 at a time when I do get it. I used to only get 3, but the brand itself actually created a 4-pack. Okay. So we're going to need one piece of chipboard, y'all. Let me grab a drink. We're going to need to cut this in half. This is 8.5 by 11 chipboard. So I'm going to grab my cutter. And we're going to cut this in half. So you can see this is 8.5 by 11. So yes, it's in the paper pack. There should have been 3 sheets of chipboard, Jade. We're just going to need one piece of the chipboard. I'm going to cut it in half, so 5.5 inches. By 8.5. So 8.5 by 5.5. And save the other one for later. It was, what did you all order for this? This is the Vintage Detective. Is that what you're asking, Roseanne? This is the Vintage Detective, yeah. Yes, you're going to cut chipboard in half. So 8.5 inches tall by 5.5 inches wide. Just one. And then put the other piece with your other stuff because we'll use it later. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rose. The last Saturday of every single month we do a workshop. Next month's workshop is already up on the website. It's vintage. It's a Vintage Alice. It's a little grungy, little vintage. For next month, I believe there's still classes available for next month. Okay, so we have our chipboard. Hi, Hollywood. And then we have a paper pack that has no print on the back side that has the map. This is the paper pack that we're going to need now. Thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate that. So the paper pack we need is the paper pack that has the map on the front and there's nothing printed on the back sides. Okay, so grab this paper pack. And then in this paper pack, there is, everybody got a little thank you with some stickers. There is a big piece of fabric in here. It's muslin. We are going to need that piece of fabric. Everything else I'm going to put right back in my bag, because we're not going to need any of that stuff yet. But this piece of fabric we are going to need. Now this is a big piece of fabric. I believe this is, let's see. I don't have my yardstick. But this is a nice big piece of fabric, y'all. I've been ill, so sorry, fine. What's the book you're making today? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Hollywood. This is actually The Vintage Detective. Bye, Rose. Have a great day and a happy Saturday. But anyway, this is a very big piece of muslin fabric. And what we're going to do is we are going to rip a piece of this off. So we're at this paper pack and the piece of chipboard set to the side. We need a piece of the muslin first. So our chipboard is 8.5 inches tall by 5.5 inches wide. So we are going to lay our chipboard on top of the muslin so that there is a little bit of an edge here, which is about 1/2 inch. And 1/2 inch. And then we're going to measure 1/2 inch from down the bottom. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pair of scissors and I'm going to cut a little piece. Okay, and then I can rip this all the way across, y'all. Doesn't matter which direction, because there's plenty of fabric. And then that piece of fabric, I'm going to fold that back up because I'm going to need that for my other part of my book. So right now, I have my fabric is about 9.5 inches wide, or tall, I should say. So about 9.5 inches tall. And then I have this full length of fabric. Okay, the length that it was. Hi, Lily. How are you, beautiful? Okay. Let me get rid of my strings. Throw those in the garbage. Okay, so what we're going to do is now we're going to set this fabric. We're going to set this to the side for a second. You are going to, out of this paper pack, right? Let's see. This one right here, this one that has London, you are going to take this one and you're going to set this to the side because this is used for something else within the book. So this exact paper, we are going to set this to the side because this is for a different project within the book. So set this one aside. It looks just like this. It has London and it has a red seal at the bottom and a gentleman's face. This is a letter. This is going to be sat to the side. Okay. All right. Everybody good? I just ripped it. I created a small little notch, Tara Lee, and I just ripped it. I just pulled it and ripped it so that it's a raw edge. That's the only way you can get a straight line with fabric is by tearing it. I just cut a very small notch, a very small slit, and then I just tore it apart. So the width of the fabric would be 9.5 inches is what mine is. Sorry. So it's about 9.5 inches. If you're a little over, it's okay. If you're a little under, it's still going to be okay. As long as it's roughly 9.5 inches, you'll be fine. It's just to give it a little bit of an overhang. Okay. So, Joanna, hello, my beautiful friend. It's been a little bit. So, we have our chipboard. What we need to do is, out of this paper pack, we need to find a paper to cover it. So, does it matter what it is that you use? I'm going to use, let's see, what do I want? So just pick one. Let's see. And again, this is, I was here yesterday. Love when you was talking about the mean girl. Joanna, okay, I heard somebody talking about you, and it really upset me. So I just want to say, girl, I got your back. I got your back. And yes, there is a Mean Girls Club, but girl, I heard somebody say something, and it really upset me, and I stand up for you. So, girl, I got your back. I got your back, because we don't do that here. We don't talk. No, one person was you. One person was you, and there was 2 other people that were mentioned, and I was very upset about it, which is why I made that video. This particular person was showing your image because you were friends with somebody that they didn't like and telling everybody to block, and that is not right. You don't do people like that. So I just wanted you to know I have your back. It was about a certain person that you're following. Yeah. It was about a certain person that you were following. And what is wrong with people? I know, girl, I'm telling you, Carla, it's ridiculous. Yes. And I saw it. She showed it on her phone to everybody that was in her room and was bad talking 3 people. And she showed your picture with a couple other people and was like, block these people because you are supporting other businesses other than her business, and that was wrong. So I stood up for you as well as the other people that she was back talking. I did not like that at all. Girl, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to mention any names because we don't bash, but we don't allow other people to get bashed either. So, girl, I stuck up for you. Anyway, I don't care who you spend your money with. There is plenty of money to be made on this app. And so whomever you buy from is completely up to you, because that is your business. There's plenty of money to be made on this app, and for somebody to say you can't buy from this person or that person because they pissed me off, well, guess what? We don't do that. I know. So this is 9.5 inches, and then it was by the length of the fabric that it came in. So I sent everybody the same measurements of fabric. So it's 9.5 inches wide, and then the length of the fabric itself. I know, girl, it is spilled milk. I don't understand that. I mean, people can buy from whoever they want. People aren't good at all things, but it's like we try to do our best at what it is that we do. And, you know, because they're selling something like yours, or you're buying from somebody else that sells something like yours. Who cares? Who cares? Girl. But it just drives me crazy. But anyway, again, this is 9.5 inches wide. And then I just ripped it. I just put a little slit, and then I ripped it the entire length of the muslin. Okay. I know this isn't high school, y'all. We are grown-ass adults, and I'll be the first to say, and you can ask anybody who follows me on either account. I don't care who you buy from. I don't care if one week you buy from me and you buy from somebody else. That's up to you. That's your money. You spend it however you see fit. But I'm not going to get upset about it. I'm not going to get upset about it. If you stop buying from me, okay, that's fine too. I'm okay with that. That is not going to hurt my feelings. If you want to, I'm not going to call it steal my ideas, because I'm not the original creator of workshops. I'm not the original creator of the artwork. If you ask me who the artist is, I'll tell you who the artist is. If, I don't always use the same artist in the entire paper pack. I use a bunch of different artists. If you want to know what kind of printers I have, what kind of glue, I don't gatekeep. We support everybody. Everybody is out here trying to survive. And if you want to take my ideas and use them for your own, have at it. You don't even have to ask my permission. Use it, because I know that I'm not the original creator. Somebody else there had to come up with that idea as well. It just so happened that I thought of it, but I didn't steal anybody's idea. It was my original idea. But yes, somebody else may have had it, but that doesn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm questioning it. Was the girl whose name is like me because... No, it was not a person with your similar name. It was not a person with your similar name. I'm just saying. But I was, yes, Joanna. But we do not bash people, okay? We do not bash people. You are so welcome. When will you be doing another workshop? Okay, so there is Miss Carla. There is another workshop up on the website. Hi, Miss Liz. It is August workshop. Yes, any color paper you want. The only one that you can't use is this one. The one that looks like a letter. But yes, on my website, the next month's August workshop is Alice in Wonderland, and it is a little vintage and grungy. Yay! But no, girl, we don't bash people. We support everybody, and it should not matter who it is that you're buying from. So the workshop time is at the last Saturday of every single month at 1 p.m. Eastern. It is downloaded, and then it is put up on YouTube. I love your whole face. It is put up on YouTube so that if you can't stay for the entire class, or you can't do it the same day of the class, you can go to the workshop on YouTube and you can watch the whole thing. You go right ahead, Miss Sailor. I'm okay with that. I am perfectly fine with that. You know, I promise you, I do not have a problem with that. Somebody else wants to do workshops. Somebody else wants... You, girl, you go right ahead. I'm okay. No, you're fine. You are absolutely fine, Miss Angel. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to take our chipboard and giving you trouble. No, not me. They were beating up other people, and I didn't appreciate it, so I had to say something. We don't destroy each other. We actually lift each other up, and... There was some stuff that happened this morning. It wasn't even 10 a.m., girl. I use Epson 8550 printers. I have 6 of them. Thanks to some of my beautiful friends. But yes, I use Epson 8550s, and then I have one Epson 8500. Which is also because of one of my beautiful besties. Girl, the 8500 is fantastic for a personal printer, it works absolutely fantastic. I love Epson 8500 and 8550s. The 8550s is more industrial. You can do much larger prints, so you can do like poster boards. The 8500, you could only do 8.5 by 11. There you go. The 2850s and the 3850s are good for personal. So my chipboard, I'm going to go ahead and my piece of paper, I am going to glue this together. Sorry for the notifications, y'all. I am going to leave a little bit of an edge around the outside. I'm going to glue this down, and I'm going to wrap this piece of chipboard with this paper. So I'm going to go ahead and glue my chipboard now, and I'm just going to glue the outside edge. So wherever on the picture that you want to use, that is where you're going to place your chipboard. But like I said, I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap on the outside so I can wrap the the paper around the chipboard. Let me clean up this excess glue. Yay! That's exciting. I'm very excited for the Alice one. That's like one of my favorites. One of my favorite subjects. Like I said, it's a little grungy and a little old school. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my chipboard is pressed down on my paper. And I left, yeah, because y'all know that I'm not a measurer. I eyeball it. So I have about a 1/2 inch around the outside there, but not quite a 1/2 inch there. But I'm going to do a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch here. So I am just going to cut it with my scissors. Again, I'm not going to measure because we are wrapping the chipboard. So as long as you can wrap it up over to the back side, we will be fine. Save my scraps. Girl, I'm telling you, I am all about standing up for people because I do not like injustices. And I know some of the people that were being talked about, and there's just too much catfighting going on, y'all. Too much drama. We're not in high school. There's more than enough people on this app to go around. All right. So I got a good connection. There is the front of my chipboard, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and fold the edges of that paper up to the chipboard. You could use a bone folder, and if you don't have a bone folder, use your ruler just to crease those. Where'd you get the bone folder? Look, so easy. Okay, so this is an actual piece of bone, and I love this because I love these actual bone ones, that not the ones that are made out of plastic, but actual upcycled bone material, because the glue doesn't stick to it, and if it does, it comes off very easily. But I got this off the Zon as well. But these are actual bones, so if you do drop them, they will break, FYI. But they're not as expensive as you would think. Hi, Miss Polly. Absolutely, Rain. I think this one, if I'm not mistaken, they are sold separately. So I have this one and I have another one. I don't know where it's at the moment, but it's longer and skinnier. Yeah, I don't know what I did with it. It's here somewhere. But anyway, I like them both. I do like them both. Thank you, Miss Polly. All right, so we have, oops, all of our edges up. So what I'm gonna do is on my corners here, I am gonna cut part of this off before I fold this over so that I don't have a big bulky corner. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and trim a little bit of this. Just like that. Okay, so I'm gonna pinch these corners together and I'm just gonna cut up at an angle. Okay, same thing. I am gonna pinch those two corners together and I'm just gonna cut up at an angle. And there's my flap. Same thing, pinch my corners together and I'm gonna cut up at an angle. And there's that. Okay. All right. Everybody good? Everybody give me a thumbs up. Let me drop my thing down a little bit so you guys can see better. We are doing the Vintage Detective Workshop, Miss Killer Bee. Vintage Detective Workshop today. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate y'all. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and add glue. Top and bottom. And I'm going to roll it up. And press down. Okay, same thing. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and glue the sides. Same thing, I'm going to press that over. Get rid of all the excess glue. Same thing on the other side. Okay. Okay, so now everything is glued down. And there we have our, I got a little cut here. Gonna trim that off. There we go. Little trim here. Everything up. Little trim here. Little trim here. Perfect. So there's my front. And again, you can use whichever one you want to, whichever sheet of paper you wanted to use. All right, so once you get this covered, now we are going to need our muslin. Okay. So if you want to zhuzh this up, now would be the time to do it. If you want to zhuzh up the edges, live restriction contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted commercial disclosure and paid marketing. That is absolute bullshit. Hold on, y'all. Submit feedback. My live does not submit. It says that I am promoting brands, products, or services. I am a fucking business. Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay. Whew. All right. I just appealed it. Anyway, sorry guys. That really pisses me off. That is so annoying. It is so annoying. Okay. Girl, I'm telling you. It's like all it takes is one person to say they don't like something and they want to hit you with something. So I am a business. I have submitted my business license. You have all my paperwork. Leave me alone. We're not selling shit. For the love of Pete's. Okay. All right. Woosah. Anyway, so if you want to zhuzh up the outside edges, now would be the time to do that. So I am going to take my ink. Sorry, y'all, that has me irritated. And I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh up my outside edge. Just a little bit. And if you don't have inks, that is absolutely okay. You don't have to have inks. I don't, and everybody can tell you, I don't always zhuzh up my edges or my papers because I typically don't do it. I don't always like the way that it looks. So now would be the time to zhuzh it up because I know a lot of y'all like to zhuzh. Okay. There we go. So I zhuzhed up my edges. Okay. There we go. Zhuzhed. Okay. So give me a thumbs up when you guys are ready to move on to the next step. Yes, Miss Joanna, this is a class. Yes, ma'am, it is. It is. I have one the last Saturday of every single month. Everybody's good. Everybody's good. We have one coming up next month. It is Alice in Wonderland, which is a grungy vintage Alice for next month. I send you all of your supplies. Forever tapping out. It's okay. Honestly, Rain, you don't have to tap. Hi, Donna. If you go to my website, Joanna, it is on my website here in my bio. And it's for August. This is July's, but August is up there. But anyway, you don't have to tap. You guys can just sit back and relax and watch. I don't worry about the tapping on this account because, well, right now I'm restricted because somebody said that I was selling when I'm not selling. Even though I'm a business account and I'm allowed to sell. But I guess other brands I wasn't showing anything. But anyway. All right. It is what it is. It is what it is. We're just gonna deal with it. Well, thank you, Hollywood. I appreciate that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this paper or the chipboard that we just did. We are going to glue the outside edge in the middle of this, and we're going to stick it down onto our muslin. And like I said, eyeball it. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just want to make sure that you have an even amount of edge sticking out all the way around on these three sides, the top, the bottom, and this in the front. Don't worry about all of this because we're going to take care of this later. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to glue this down. Okay, I'm gonna flip this over. Hi, Liz Lori. How are you, beautiful? And I'm just gonna press this down and make sure that it's all stuck. Okay, so now that we have this stuck down, I then sent with you guys back in this bag, okay? Hello, Nosy Rosie! Is it this bag? Yes. So the orange bag that has all the ribbons and the safety pins and stuff, we are going to need that orange bag. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So in this orange bag, there is a bulldog clip. Oops. There's a bulldog clip. There are four eyelets, and then a bunch of safety pins and paper clips. The paper clips and the safety pins we're going to sit to the side. Okay, we are going to need the four eyelets. Okay, so the four eyelets. And we're going to set this to the side as well. You went looking for beach glass? Yay! But you're going to need the four eyelets, y'all. And if you have the tool to be able to do the eyelets, You can use a hole punch. You could use a hole punch, or if you have the crocodile, or the big one like this, you can use that or a hole punch. And then I have little metal tools for eyelets like this. Hold on. Let's see, like this. I have the little tool kit so that it punches the holes, and I can also do the eyelets. That you will need one of those kinds of tools in order to do the eyelets, which was also on the website that you needed. And if you don't have them, it's okay. It's not going to be the end of the world. It's just that that's what all of the string and stuff is for, is to do the eyelets. Okay, so we're going to take 2 of our eyelets, and we are going to, oops, let me get rid of my glue. Hold on, y'all. Get my glue off the table. Okay, so I am going to flip this upside down, and then I am going to take my thing here, and I'm, come on, for the love of baby Jesus, I'm gonna eyeball it, and I'm gonna do 2 holes, one there, and one there, and then the same thing on the bottom. I'm gonna do one here and one here. And again, y'all know I don't measure, I just eyeball. It all works out. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stick my eyelets in those holes. Oh, come on. Hold on. Apparently my hole's not quite big enough. For the love of baby Jesus. There we go. Make my hole just a little bit bigger. There we go. There we go. Nope, nope, you are absolutely okay. I'm just gonna put my eyelets in. Come on, get in there. There we go. And for the 8th day, baby Jesus, just let crafters have eyelets. I know. For the love of baby Jesus, girl. All right, so I pushed them through. And again, they don't have to be perfect, y'all. We are artists. There's no right or wrong way to do anything. I eyeball it. Am I a little crooked? I am. But you know what? I don't care. I don't care, because this isn't, you know, we're human beings. We're not meant to be perfect. And so I know that it's not going to be even. And I am okay with that. If you have to have exact measurements, then you do exact measurements. Hi, Miss Sarah. But me, I don't, my brain doesn't work like that. I just go with it. And I deep dive head first. All right. So now that we have our eyelets in the holes, I'm going to go ahead and crimp those together. Let me find my hole. There we go. I'm going to crimp that together. Come on. I love eyelets, but I also dislike them at the same time. Oh, there we go. Done. So if you struggle with eyelets just like I do, it's fine. I love them, but I dislike them at the same time. Ugh. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nobody is perfect. And you have to be okay with that. It's not the way we were created. And nobody is right and nobody is wrong. We all have a different way of doing things. But definitely amen to that. Okay. Are mine a little smashed? Absolutely. But you know what? It's all good. It's all good. They're in. Okay. So there's that. Let me grab my zhuzher because I knocked it on the floor. Where'd it go? Where'd my zhuzher? There it is. Pick it up on my toes. There we go. All right. It absolutely does give it character, girl. Absolutely it does. Okay. So now we're going to take one of our thin red strings. They're short, two short ones. They're four. Are they all the same length? I think they're all the same length. But let's double check. Nope, one is really, really long. Okay, so the really, really long one is not the one that we need. We need the two short ones, the two short pieces of the red string. Okay, that are the same length. What's going on, Miss Tony? Welcome in. How are you, beautiful? So we're gonna need the two strings that are the same length. Some of them may be a little bit longer, but they're pretty much the same length. And you have one really big long one. We need the two short ones. So then basically what we're going to do, we're gonna thread the red through. Thread it through. Okay. You can actually go through again. I was following this account too. Glad my FO. Oh, that's awesome. Well, you are welcome anytime, my love. This is my business account. This is my business account. Cuss Words and Coffee is my personal, and Sabrina's Window is my business. So I'm going to go ahead and put that through. So that way there, I'm going to tie it like a shoe now. I'm going to tie it like a shoe. And again, there's no right or wrong way to do this. We are all artists. So you do you, boo-boos. You do you. Okay. There's that. Okay, now I'm going to take my other short red one and I'm going to do the same thing to the bottom. I'm going to pull it through. Pull it through. And I'm going to go ahead and pull it through again. the other side. And then I am just gonna sorry about the notifications, y'all. Make sure that they're even. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and tie this off as well. Ah, well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna tie that off. And there we go. There's our top and then our bottom. Okay, and again, does not have to be perfect, guys. It doesn't have to be perfect. All right, so now we are going to need, again, from this stack of papers, there's a sheet with photographs. There's a sheet of photographs. We are going to need one of these photographs. And, oops. And also our file folder. We're going to need a piece of this file folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my file folder up and I am just going to rip it down on the crease. Rip it down on the crease. I'm going to save this tab part for something else later on in the book. So there's that. So I'm going to pick a picture out of this, and I think I am going to go with this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut that out. Okay, and again, this was out of the papers that don't have anything printed on the back. Pick whichever photo you want to use. Hello, Miss Carla. And I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh up the edges. Okay, I'm zhuzhed up my edges. And then I'm going to take the piece of that file folder. Hi, Miss Jody. And I'm going to go ahead and rip this a section across. And set the rest of it to the side because I can use it out later. And whichever photo that I decided to use, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to create a background for behind my picture. Okay. And I am going to glue my picture down to that background from the file folder. Just like that. Get rid of that excess glue. Hello, Miss Jody. If I didn't say hello, I can't remember if I did or not, but hello. Okay, and then I want to go ahead and I want to zhuzh up these edges a little bit. Let me use a darker color. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I don't have them out. That's okay. Hold on, I have smaller ones. Stick those to the side here. And I'm going to zhuzh up the edge. Where's my other zhuzher? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to use like a black on the outside of this one. There we go. And again, if you don't have inks, that is perfectly fine. You don't have to use inks. Again, I don't always use inks either. But I know some people like the inks and the zhuzhing. So we'll zhuzh. You do it however you like it. Not everybody likes the visibility of the ink. Okay. So we have that. And then out of, let me grab my bag again. Oops, hold on. My bag fell. Ugh. Okay. And then out of this bag, again, that had all of your little baggies in, we're going to open that up. Where did I open it? Here we go. I'm going to take this out, and I'm also going to take this out, and then I'm also going to take this out. So this is cicada paper. This is packing paper, and this is cheesecloth, okay? So I'm going to take that. Let me get rid of this because I don't need the stickers, but everything else is going to stay in the book. No, you're fine, Miss Tara Lee. You're going to need your cheesecloth, your packing paper, which is bubbly, and then the cicada paper, which is the really thin paper. So if you guys want to get those out of your bags, we have not glued this down yet because we're going to do some layering. So you're going to need your cheesecloth, your bubble paper, and your cicada paper. Everybody give me a thumbs up when they're to this point. Beautiful Miss Jade. I know, they are my favorite textures. I love them. Thank you, Miss Connie. Miss Angel. Beautiful. Beautiful. I apologize if you guys can hear my air conditioner. I'm sorry. Just let me know whenever you're ready so we can move on to the next part. Got a lot of glue in my glass today. Lord have mercy. Miss Amber's good. Girl, it was hot yesterday. Oh my gosh. It was like in the high 80s yesterday, and my grandson wanted to go do stuff outside yesterday, and I was like, boy, let's find something to do indoors. So we went to the arcade. So that was indoors. So we got to play a bunch of old vintage video games and stuff. They had an Atari. They had, what else was it? The Sega or whatever. They had all those old vintage games there that have the cartridges that y'all had to blow in them back in the day to get them to work right. They had all those with old antique pieces of furniture, vintage pieces of furniture to match with the decor. It was so cool. Oh, girl. Oof. Yeah, I can imagine. I know it rained here for a hot minute right before the baseball game. I was kind of glad. TM is in the house. Hello, hello. I love the new name. What is going on, womans? Okay, you got your picture? Okay, so Miss Tara Lee, so are you to the part where you are backing it with a piece of the file folder? Like I said, you could use any picture that you want. It's still going to come out the same way. It's still going to come out very similar. So it doesn't matter the picture. Okay, you are fine. Just give me a thumbs up. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and put you guys on mute. I'm going to run to the restroom. I will be right back. And we'll come back in just a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all for being patient. And like I said, thank you guys for tapping. I appreciate it. But it's truly, you guys can just sit back and watch. You don't have to tap. I love you all for doing it. But you guys, it's not necessary. I appreciate it though. I really do. But you guys can just relax, sit back, enjoy. Just enjoy yourselves. All right, let me find. I know it's out of habit. And I appreciate that. But in all seriousness, you guys can just sit back and relax. On this account, it's not necessary. And I'll be honest with you, I don't require people to tap. Not on here, not on my business account. Y'all know I'm here. If I'm not here, I'm not here. But in all honesty, I'd rather you guys, much rather have you guys, you know, working on your own creative art, you know, working with whatever it is that we're doing or whatever. But yeah, I appreciate it though. Thank you, Miss Karen, for the likes. but it's not necessary. I'd rather, yay. All right, Miss Tara Lee. Everybody else good to go? Beautiful. Okay, so now we're going to grab our paper pack that has all the ephemera in it. And we are going to grab a piece of ephemera out of this paper pack to go behind this. So let me open this ephemera up. Okay, so I'm looking for something to go behind that, again, for some layering. Okay, so this piece right here, I'm going to use that. I'm going to put the rest of it to the side, and I'm going to go ahead and cut out that piece. I'm going to set this to the side. Would a book page work? It's the paper pack with all the ephemera. It's the paper pack with all the ephemera. So just pick out a piece of ephemera that you want to layer. I just chose this belly band. You can use whatever you would like. And again, we are just layering to give it some more depth. That's all. And I'm going to cut this straight across. But again, with the ephemera, you can use anything that you want. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh up the outside of my ephemera that I just cut. Okay, now I am just going to lay this here. I'm not going to glue it down yet. Okay, so I'm just going to lay this here. And then I'm going to lay this here. And then I am going to grab a piece of my cicada paper. And again, there is no right or wrong way to do this. You make it look however you want it to look. This is the cover of your book. Or this is the flip out that's going to be on the cover of your book. So you create it however that you want to. You don't have to do exactly like I'm doing. This is just to give you an idea. But I want a piece of cicada paper, so I'm going to rip a piece of cicada paper. Because I know not everybody likes to rip. Not everybody likes to tear. They like a much cleaner, nicer look. So it is however you so choose. There is no right or wrong answer, no right or wrong for art. So I am going to take this. I'm going to rip the top of this. I'm going to rip this. And I'm not gluing. I'm just layering. Okay. I want to see how it's going to look. And now I'm going to take a piece of my gauze. And yes, y'all got a chicken in your gauze. Everybody got a finger chicken. Everybody got a finger chicken. I bought a ton of these And they are finger chickens because everybody knows 911. She was attacked by a rooster on my live. So this actually fits on your finger, y'all. It fits on your finger and you can shoot it. So you can, you guys, oh, you giggled? Did you really? So I sent everybody a rubber chicken so that they can shoot their spouses with it, or their significant others, or their children, or anybody else. But I included rubber chickens with, this does not go in the book, y'all, unless you really want it to. But I gave everybody a finger chicken. So you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, bajibas. All right, so I want a piece of gauze. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up so that I'm a single layer piece of gauze. Because again, this is all folded up nice and neat. And where's the middle? There we are. Husband attack. Yes, there you go, girl. That's what I'm talking about. You know it, Wen. So I'm going to cut a small piece of this cheesecloth. And it doesn't have to be big, y'all. Just a small little piece. Nothing crazy. Again, we are just layering. And I'm going to throw that away. We are just layering. Just to get it to look the way that we want it to look. I'm going to pull on this a little bit and stretch it out. I love the chickens. Like I said, I bought a ton of them. And again, pull on it. Just, you know, do with it however you want. That is the creative, beautiful thing about art. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and lay that across here. And again, I'm not gluing yet, y'all. I'm not gluing. I'm just laying it down. And then I'm going to take a small piece of this bubble wrap. And I'm also going to take and tear a piece off. And I'm going to set that off to the side because I got everything I wanted. All right. So I am liking how that's looking. Okay, I think I want to do one more thing. Let me look back through my little things here. Through my ephemera. I'm looking through my ephemera. Okay, so don't use these book pages, y'all, because these are going to be flip outs for inside the book. So everything but everything but those book pages. So I like the little, oh wait, there's another eyeglass thing. And there is, oh, look at the pocket. I can use the pocket. Hi, TMCG. How are you, beautiful? So I'm going to go ahead and use this pocket right here. I like the way that looks. And again, that's going to add another layer. In your kit, do you add the little extras? Yes. So everything that you're seeing me use, except for the inks, is all included. So like all your safety pins, your paper clips, your strings, the wrapping paper, the cheesecloth, the muslin, all of this came in the kit. All of it came in the kit. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut this pocket out, all the ephemera, everything. It all comes in the kit. Your chipboard. The only thing that I didn't include was another piece of cardboard, like a cardboard box, and your tape. But everything else it came with. Yes, girl, a lot of this stuff all comes with your kit. Like whatever, like even the magnifying glass, the lens thing, that all came with the kit. Everything that you're seeing came with the kit. Okay, so I want to fold these edges. So I am going to use... Oh no, you're fine, honey. This is, we do beginner classes, intermediate. Like I said, we go at the pace of the slowest person. So if you require more time, nobody gets upset because we've all been there. There is no question that is a dumb question because you may not be the only person asking it. I'm going to go ahead and crease my lines so I can fold my pocket edges over them. Okay, let me stick this to the side. And now I can fold these over. Well, that's awesome, Miss Patty Joe. Like I said, we love doing this. We always learn something new. Every single month we do something different. We don't do the same thing over and over and over again. Last month we did, I showed people how to glue and use 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper as a page. And we used other sheets to, you know, do little flip outs, fold outs, all kinds of stuff. So we try to learn something different every month. All right, so I am really liking the way this is coming out. So I am going to move that up a little bit. And I am liking this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start gluing down. So I'm going to take my pocket, this and this, and I'm going to start with gluing this piece down first. Okay, because I like the way that it's layered. My biggest pusher, she knows how much I love Alice. Oh, there you go, Miss Rita. Yes, I love Alice as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue this piece down. And again, you don't have to do it exactly like me. You guys can decorate this cover any way that you so choose. Like I said, there's no right or wrong answer to any of it. Block me for shipping with another creator. Much love. What happened, Joanna? Oh, for shopping with another creator. Yeah. Yes, Miss Killer Bee, this will be on YouTube after our workshop. Yes. Okay, so I got some good connection. So then I'm going to go ahead and I am going to glue down the the cicada paper, and I'm just ever so lightly going to add glue, not a ton. You don't need a ton with cicada paper. And I'm going to go ahead and glue that down. There we go. Just very, very little, very light. Okay. Because then you can crumple up the edges, roughen it up. Just like that. Just roll it with your fingers. There you go. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and glue down my photo. And then I'm going to take my bubble paper and I'm going to go ahead and glue that down. Okay, and then I'm gonna zhuzh that up a little bit. I'm just gonna take my inker and just lightly go over so that it highlights the circles. And then again with the brown. So you can see I squished down all the little circles, and then I just very lightly zhuzhed up all the little circles. Okay. Then I have my little briefcase here, my file folder, or the pocket I should say, and I'm going to go ahead and glue down the edges. And I'm going to stick that down. Okay, so since I created a pocket there, I want to find something to put inside the pocket. So let me find a tag that won't be too tall, but will be wide enough. I set my pages to the side. I like that, so we'll go with this. I'm going to use this one. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and punch a hole in the top of this tag. Oops, too small. I need the other one. Ugh. What's going on, Miss Pokey? All right, now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to zhuzh up my edges. Oops. still have a piece of cheesecloth I need to put down yet, but I'm gonna wait until after I put this tag in. And then the back side's printed. Oops. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. So I'm going to take another piece of this cheesecloth and I'm going to use that for my string for my tag. So I'm going to find the section that I cut earlier. I cut a small section out and I'm going to cut another section of the cheesecloth. Again, single layer. Okay, don't use this because the red stuff is getting used for other items. Don't use the red stuff. Use the cheesecloth, or if you want to use a piece of muslin, you can take a piece of muslin. If you want to use muslin instead, cut a small slit and tear it off the piece that you have attached to your thing, and you can use that as your ribbon to go through your tag. Don't use the red stuff. Nope, I gotta cut a little bit. I gotta do a little thinner. There we go. And then I can go ahead and put this through. And there is my little thing for my tag. And I can trim these off. Put that in there. Okay, save this because I might use it for something else later. Now I want to take my cheesecloth that I pulled earlier, and I'm going to go ahead and apply some glue. And lay my cheesecloth down. There you go. Now, if you have it, you don't have to have it. But like I have this brown tape. I also have yellow tape that I can use, you know, to put down on here. For example, I can take a piece and it looks like vintage tape. I can cut a piece off, peel off the backing, and see it's like this dingy yellow color. And I can go ahead and put it down like on the edge of my photo here. So then that gives it some more grunge. And again, this I got off the Azon. It's not expensive. It actually comes in a very big roll. I think it's less than $5. Oh, well, thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. I try my best to try to teach new things, and you don't need a bunch of fancy stuff either. And so I'm going to take another small piece. I'm going to put it on the edge of the pocket here. And again, you decorate with whatever it is that you have if it wasn't included in the kit. If you have other stuff sitting around, But there I just put a small piece of vintage tape there, small piece there and there. Now what you can do, like I want to grunge up this cheesecloth a little bit. I will just take my dauber and grunge that up a little bit. Grunge this up a little bit. And again, just be creative. There's no right or wrong about any of it. Okay, but there you go. There's my little cover. Okay, now what we're gonna do is from the edge of this book page, okay, that we just did, we are going to measure out, where's my inches? 5 inches. So 5 inches from the edge of the book out to your ruler, okay, 5 inches. And then we are going to put a slit here in the bottom of the muslin at the 5 inches, and we are going to tear that off. Okay, so we have a 5-inch flap here on the side of the book. Okay, this is going to be on the cover. Okay, so this is now done. We're going to take this and we're going to set it to the side. So does anybody have any, oh, well, no, we got to do the back side. I'm sorry. We still got to do the back side. I apologize. We still got to do the back side. But everybody good? Everybody got to this point? So there's 5 inches of muslin from the edge of your book to the end. You just want to put a small slit and rip it. Aw, thank you, Miss Ruby, for the heart me. I appreciate you. Miss Jade is good. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Miss Violetta. I'm sorry if I said it wrong. But thank you for the follow. Hello, Miss Fox. Thank you for the share. Thank you, Miss Angel. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you for the likes, Fox, but you don't have to tap. Just sit back and relax. I appreciate you guys, but you really don't have to tap. Not today. You guys can just watch. I appreciate it though. All right. So we are gonna thank you, Karen, for the heart me. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. This is the Vintage Detective. Yes. It is, it is. All right, y'all, since we're done with the front, we're gonna flip it over. We're gonna do the back side. So we are going to find, again, out of the paper that had the maps, we're going to find something for the back. And again, there's no print on the back. It is just the front cover. Excuse me. So I want to do a piece of the map. I don't want the whole entire thing. I just want to use a piece of it. So, excuse me, what I'm going to do is I am going to rip it off again because I like grungy. I'm just going to rip a piece off. I'm going to use that, and then see. Bum. Oh, I forgot I have a piece of this from the front cover, so I will go ahead and use that, and I can let the other scraps go. All right, so I'm gonna get my trimmer, and so because we have these eyelets, I'm gonna go just below, or I can go right over top. You know what? I'm just gonna go right over top. I'm gonna go right over top. I do need this cut the same length as this, so I do need to cut this scrap. And again, I'm just layering, guys. There we go. Oh, what happened to my little ruler? Did that fall out? Apparently, it did. I don't know where it's at, though. That's okay. I will find it. It is here. Okay. So I am going to zhuzh this up. Had to walk for 1 minute. What size is this paper? I decided that I wanted to cover my eyelets. You do not have to cover your eyelets. You can measure it, what the distance is. I am going to cover mine. So it is the same size as our front. So 8.5 by 11 is what I'm sorry, 8.5 by 5.5. So 8.5 inches tall, 5.5 inches wide, the same as our cover. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to zhuzh up the edges. I need the other color, because it will be on the back side of our chipboard that we just covered on the front. I'm going to zhuzh up my edges. And again, you could decorate the back of this however you so choose. There's no right or wrong answer. We are just creating a flat surface on the back so that we can add some pockets or a belly band or something else to hold items. And then I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh this up. Sorry, y'all. I'm choking on little cookie pieces. Because, of course, I didn't pick anything healthy for a snicky snack today. I picked junk food, although I would really like some potato chips right about now. But I didn't bring any up. I have pretzels, peanut butter filled pretzels. But I don't have any potato chips, although I'm kind of wanting some potato chips. All right, so I am going to go ahead and glue this down. I'm going to go along the outside edge here. Okay. And I'm going to look for my corner of my chipboard and go up. And if it's not perfect, that's okay, guys. This is art. This isn't, it's not the end of the world. I promise you. Okay. And again, you don't have to do it exactly like I do mine. You could do it however you so choose. Now I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. And again, I'm going to feel for the edge of the chipboard and glue that down. There we go. And so because I'm covering up that stuck down really nicely, get rid of the excess glue. But I do need to pinch this a little bit and hold it down until it dries a little bit so that it's all stuck down. And again, I just did to the very edge of my chipboard, top and bottom. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. If you guys want a little above, it's okay, or below. Again, there is no right or wrong answer. It's whatever you want to do. Get rid of that excess glue. Okay, so there is that. Okay, so there's our chipboard. This is going to get glued into our front cover of our book. So the muslin will actually be the binding for this cover. Okay, so this is all done. You can do on this side of it however you see fit later on, but right now we're done with this and we're going to move on to the next stage. Okay, but we'll come back to this. I'll decorate this once I get everything together, but I'll come back and decorate this with you guys. But for right now, we are going to move away from this now that we got this covered. So there is our little flip out. This will be our binding. So this will get glued in to the front cover of our book then, and then we'll have this as a little flip out. Okay, so we're going to stick this to the side. All right, and does anybody need a potty break? Everybody okay? Everybody good? Does anybody need anything? Do you need a potty break, Miss Tara-Lee? Go right ahead, my love. Everybody potty break. Potty break, potty break. Do a potty break, get a drink, get a snack. It is pouring down raining right now. Lord have mercy, it's pouring. Can you hear it? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, everybody good? Hold on one second, y'all. I'm going to mute you for just a second. I got to cough really badly, and I don't want to do it in y'all's ear. I'm sorry, y'all. Whew. Lord have mercy. I think it went down the wrong pipe. Holy smokes. All right. Oh, God, let me stand up. All right, everybody good? Everybody good? Oops. Okay. All right, everybody, we are out of this packet that has the paper that had the bubble wrapping paper and cicada paper in. There is a sheet of cardboard, y'all. We need the sheet of cardboard. Just the sheet of cardboard. So the sheet of cardboard, and then out of this paper pack that had the map on the top that has nothing printed on the back, we are going to pick a piece of paper out of here to put on this. I'm going to use that one. The rest of it I can sit to the side. Sorry, guys. So one of those sheets, and then a piece of cardboard. Hello, Texas Home and Style. Welcome in, Miss Lily. Welcome in, Desert Noodle. Love the name. Man, it is pouring outside. Pouring down raining. Hello, hello. Okay, y'all. So we have our piece of cardboard and we have a piece of paper. So what I'm going to do is this will be glued. This is going to be part of our cover. Okay. We are going to trim this down a little bit, the cardboard, and then we're going to wrap it with this paper just like we did with the chipboard for this. Okay. So these are going to be layered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my cardboard and I am going to take off 1/2 inch around all the outsides. So I'm going to start with, this is 8.5 by 11 sheet of cardboard. So I'm going to take off 1/2 inch from the bottom and the top. Oops. 1/2 inch. And then I'm going to take 1/2 inch off the sides. Okay. So on the cardboard, I took 1/2 inch off the top, 1/2 inch off the bottom, and then 1/2 inch off each side after I did the top and the bottom. Okay. So these I'm going to throw away. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip my paper around, and I am going to again glue the cardboard to the back of the paper. And again, as long as it's close to being 1/2 inch all around the outside, you're fine, so that you can wrap the cardboard. So we're going to go ahead and glue this down. I'm going to flip this over, and again, I am going to eyeball it because I'm okay with it being a little wonky. Because again, that's why they call it art. This is cardboard. It was in your paper pack that had the orange and green envelope with the cicada paper and the bubble wrap. There was a piece of cardboard in the back of your journaling pages. There was a piece of cardboard, 8.5 by 11 sheet of cardboard. You're going to cut a 1/2 inch off the top, a 1/2 inch off the bottom, and then a 1/2 inch off of each side. Okay? And then you're going to glue it down to whatever page that you picked. Like I decided to use this piece of paper. And you can use whichever paper is in that pack that doesn't have any printing on the back side. And then you're just going to make sure that that is all glued down. And then we're going to do the same thing that we did with the 5.5 by 8 and the 5.5 page, is that we are going to crease up the sides. Oops. Come on. We're going to fold up all the edges, and we're going to wrap it just like we did with the other cover. What's going on, Miss Janie? Welcome in. Okay, same thing like we did with the cover. I'm going to pinch my corners, and I am going to cut that off, and I'm going to angle it. Pinch my corners together, and I am going to angle it and cut that off. Pinch my corners together, angle it and cut that off. Pinch my corners together. Thank you for the heart, me, Miss Janie. And then I'm going to cut that off. And I'm going to glue down the top first. I'm going to do the other side. Excuse me, y'all. So 1/2 inch off of the sides horizontal, one side vertical. Yes, so you'll do a 1/2 inch from the top, a 1/2 inch from the bottom, and then a 1/2 inch on each side. But I always do the top and the bottom first, or however you want to do it, as long as you have a full inch off both top and bottom, or top and side. So that way there you can wrap your cardboard. And now I'm going to do the side. I like to do a 1/2 inch on each side, only so that I know that I got it right. So I do one side at a time. It's going, girl. It's going. How was the soccer game? It is pouring down rain in here. I'm not sure if you guys can hear the rain beating against the glass of my studio window, but it is pouring. You can hear it. I love the rain up here. Welcome in, V. How are you doing, beautiful? It is just pouring outside. Now I'm going to flip this over, and anything that's sticking above on that corner, I'm just going to trim that off. Man, it is coming down outside. Thank God I cleaned out my gutters. All right, so there's that. You have a wonderful day as well, Jeannie. I appreciate you. I love you, girl. Okay, so there's that. All right. Whew. My fingers are sticky. Yesterday we got a thunder lightning storm here. We did too. It was horrible for probably about a good 10 minutes, and then it stopped. And then it was humid as all get out after, because it did not rain long enough in order to cool it down any. It was kind of disappointing. Sorry, y'all. I'm just getting the glue off my glass here. I'm sorry, I got a work call. Where are we? Okay, so Miss Connie, we got the 8.5 by 11 cardboard out of our bag that had the bubble wrap in it and your little orange and green bags. There is a piece of cardboard. We took off a 1/2 inch off the top, a 1/2 inch off the bottom, and then a 1/2 inch off of each side. And then we picked a piece of paper that did not have anything printed on the back of it, and we wrapped, just like we did with the other one, we wrapped it around and glued it down to our cardboard. This is cardboard. Every time I get to watch you. Oh, well, that's awesome, Miss Carrie. Perfect. Yay. But that's all the farther we got. Okay, now we can go ahead and zhuzh up our edges. Excuse me. I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh up my edges. Again, if you don't have ink, you can skip this part. It's not a big deal. Like I said, I don't always zhuzh up my stuff, but I know a lot of you do like to zhuzh. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. But I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh this just to zhuzh. Sorry for the notifications, y'all. I told my daughter to text me as they were driving home, so I know that everything was good. So I apologize. Thank you, Miss Carlene. I just really wanted her to keep in touch because I can see the notifications on my screen. So I know that she's okay. I told her, even though I'm doing a live, I still want to hear from her to make sure that everything's smoothly. So far, so good. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yes, so far they are doing fantastic. So they are on their way home. They left today right before I got on live. So I had to say my goodbyes before I came upstairs to the studio. So I just want her to stay in touch with me as she's driving home, because it is a 6.5 hour drive. So she is driving the vehicle that just got fixed, and the hubby is driving with the son and the rental car. So I want to make sure that they're all good. I just want to make sure they're good. All right, so now that we have this part zhuzhed and we got this covered, we're going to go ahead and we are going to cover the back side, but we are not going to wrap. We are going to just cut it the exact measurements to the opening part, so it will just lay right on top. So everybody's measurements are going to be different, okay? Because of how much that you would cut out, because everybody's cutter is different. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to measure mine. My opening is about 6 3/4 inch by 9 1/4 inch. So I am actually going to go a smidge longer so that it just lays on top of that very nicely, but it still leaves an outside edge all around the whole outside. Okay, so I'm going to find another piece of paper here out of the paper that does not have any printed backs, that had the map on top. I'm going to find another piece of paper. Let's see. I think I'm going to go with this one. Nope, actually, you know what? I'll go with the fingerprints. I will go with the fingerprints. All right, so I need, let's see, let me measure this again. 6 3/4. So I'm actually going to take it to a little bit past the 3/4. So let's see. So mine I'm going to take to the 6 7/8 of an inch is where I'm going to take mine, because I'm at 6 3/4. So I want to add that little 1/8 of an inch on, so that I know that I'm covered. Even if I didn't do it straight, I at least still know that I'm going to be covered. Okay, and then the height is going to be, and again, everybody's is going to be different based off of your cutter, because not everybody's cutter measures exact. Okay, and that is exactly 9 inches, but I'm going to go to 9 1/4 inches. Okay, so Miss Kim, so how I'm doing this, because I would like a reveal. I would like a reveal around my outside edge of the paper that I wrapped the cardboard in. So everybody's cutter cuts differently, and not everybody cuts straight lines. So what I did was, yes, I'm going from the inside of this paper to this paper, to this edge and this edge, and I'm adding on 1/8 for each side. So that way there, I am covering up, so that if I have a wider strip on this side and a narrow strip on this side, it's still going to be covered. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here, for example, my side on this side, I wrapped a lot, where this side I barely have anything. So if I add 1/8 of an inch on both sides, then look, I am then equal on this side that I am on that side. Does that make sense? And then I'll do the same thing for the top and the bottom. Absolutely. So that way there, I'm covering up my space, but I still have an equal amount of reveal all the way around. You're very, very welcome. Okay, so again, my height of my opening was 9 1/4 inches. Okay, so I want to make mine, let's see, I want to make mine, is that 1/8? No, it was 9 1/8. So I want to make mine 9 1/2, I believe. 9 1/2. No, 9 1/2 would be too big. So I will make it 9 3/8, I think would work. So I am gonna 9 3/8. 9 3/8. Nine 3/8, and let's try that. So I'm gonna lay this on top before I glue it. Oh, that was perfect. Okay, so then if I lay this in the center, I have an equal amount of reveal around all my edges. Okay. I have an equal amount around the whole outside. So now I can go ahead and glue that. Hold on. No. Before you guys glue it down, go ahead. You can add your glue to the paper, but before you glue the back down, I need to put the muslin from the cover on here. Right? Oh no, it goes on the other cover. Never mind. You can go ahead and glue this down. I apologize. I was not thinking. I wasn't thinking. You're good. Make sure I'm right side up. Okay, I'm right side up. And I am right side up. Okay. Make sure this got good contact all the way around. There we go. Okay. There is that piece. Okay, so this, we have it wrapped now. We can take this and we can set this to the side. Okay, so once you get this wrapped, and again, you can zhuzh up, I didn't zhuzh up the outside edges on the back side. I'll go ahead and do this now. Okay. All right, done. My boogie eraser has been, girl, I'm telling you, this is the best investment ever. It is a glue eraser, y'all. And we call it the boogie eraser because it works beautifully at getting glue off of everything. Look at how worn down my edges are. I cut it off when I get too much glue stuck there. I just cut it off with my scissors, so I always have a fresh edge. But this is the best eraser ever, y'all. Best eraser. All right, so this part of it, this is done. I went ahead and zhuzhed up the back side and the front side, and I'm gonna sit this off to the side. It's not called a boogie eraser, but we call it glue boogies. This is, if you send me a DM, I can send you the link for this. It's not in my showcase because they don't have it here on TikTok Shop, which is really disappointing. But if you send me the link or send me a DM, I'll send you the link for this, Miss Carla. This is the best $4 that I've ever spent in my entire life. because I get any type of glue like Mod Podge, the 3-in-1, Fabri-Tac, whatever. I can get glue off of anything and it does not destroy. Like I can get glue on a paper, I can erase it, and guess what? It does not destroy my paper. I can do the shit out of it, and it does not ruin the paper at all. There you go. Yeah, this is like the best thing ever. It does not ruin the paper at all. Even if you're on the edge, say I got a little bit of glue here, because you know that glue, when you get glue on paper, it leaves a little bit of a shine there. You could take this over the paper, look, and I am pressing the shit out of it, and it does not ruin my paper or take any layers off. But it is seriously the best eraser. Hi, Miss Sita. But I do this with all my books that I sell. I go through and try to get off as much glue as possible, because if not, it leaves a shiny spot where the glue is. You see that little bit of a shine right there? I can run my eraser over it, and it creates what we call glue boogies. And you can wipe them off, and then look, that shine is all gone. And it did not ruin the paper. But it works beautifully. I'm looking to see if there's any more. Nope. But it works great. What's going on, Miss Sita? But we're done with this part, so we can go ahead and set this off to the side. It is, I'm telling you, it is the best investment ever. All right, so I'm going to keep my scraps and use them for something else. It is magic. I love it. Okay, so our next thing is we need another piece of chipboard, y'all. So grab a piece of chipboard. 8.5 by 11 chipboard, guys. Love it, love it. And we are also going to need our 2-inch masking tape. I bet that would work on my girl. Any residue, any type of residue, girl, you try it. Just try it, and then tell me if it works for the resin. But I'm telling you, I get glue on everything, and it takes it off just like that. So we're gonna need our 2-inch masking tape and a piece of chipboard. All right, so we're going to take our masking tape. We're going to rip off a piece. Whoops. Carrier sheets will leave sticky residue, and it's so hard to... Yes, girl, I'm telling you, try that eraser. But we are going to go ahead, about half of this, we are going to put on the top of the chipboard. We are going to wrap our chipboard in masking tape. We're going to go ahead and fold that over. And we are wrapping the outside edges. And then I'm going to cut what's hanging off. I'm going to cut that off. And again, this is our 2-inch masking tape. Oh, there you go. That is beautiful. But yeah, that was the best investment I made. I kid you not. I love them. I love those erasers. I'm going to trim off the excess. And then again, down the sides. Yes, you love your boogies. And we're going to wrap that. I know the boogie erasers are fabulous. Love, love, love. Why you're edging it with masking tape, you guys. Yes, we are edging the masking tape, edging with masking tape to cover the raw edge. So we're going to put paper on here, but we don't have big enough paper to do the 11 by 17 was way too big, and 8.5 by 11 is a little too short. But this is our book cover, so we are masking with masking tape to cover the raw edge. We're going to do the same thing with our coffee stained books as well. We're going to put masking tape around the outside. It looks more grungy. For me, it looks grungier, and that's what we're doing because we are doing a little grunge. And I know I used way more tape than I need, but that's okay. I like the way it looks. And once it is, sorry guys, once it's all together, you'll see it actually gives it a very cool effect. All right. So now that we have this completely wrapped with masking tape, both sides are wrapped with masking tape. There's no raw edge at all. It's all masking tape. And we're going to pick, this will be the main cover of our book. Okay, so this is going to be the main cover of our book. So we are going to find some paper that is going to be on the cover of our book. Again, we are the paper that had the map on top. We're going to find a page that to cover our exterior of our book. So pick whatever page that you want. What else do we have here? Oop, I forgot this one. That's pictures. All right, let me go through this one more time. I'm going to go ahead and go with this one as my cover. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and glue this down to my chipboard. I'm going to go ahead and glue the whole thing down. Get rid of my boogies. We're only doing the cover, y'all. We're not doing the back side yet because we need to attach the material. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and lay that down. I'm going to stand it up, make sure I'm even. That's why I like the 3-in-1, so that way there I have plenty of time to be able to move stuff without it drying on me too fast, so it'll slide it around. Okay, now I can go ahead and zhuzh up my front cover. I'm going to do a little bit heavier zhuzhing on this part. It's a glue eraser? Yes, ma'am. I was on the phone call when you were showing the erasing thing. What's it called? Yeah, it's a glue eraser, Miss Kristen. It's just a glue eraser. You can find it on the Zon. Like I said, it's the best investment that I ever made. And it, like I said, it doesn't ruin paper when you're trying to erase off of it. So I'm just going to add a little extra zhuzhing. Grunge it up just a little bit. Okay. All right, so this is the cover of my book, all right? Then we have this, the chipboard, the cardboard that we covered up, right? That'll get layered here, okay? But we're not gluing this down. Just give me a second here, y'all. And then we have this part, which will go here, okay? So what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and fold over that fabric. So you can see, have an idea of what it's going to look like. Okay. But that's how this is all going to lay out. All right. So this cover, the cardboard, we're going to set this one to the side. We just need this part with the fabric and this part. So what we're going to do is we're going to lay our fabric down. And again, we have this whole space here. I made this a little bit wide for a reason, okay? Because if you want to add more layering than just this, right? If you want to add other items in here, based off of that is how much space that you would need for these. So I know eventually when I'm done, I'm going to add some ephemera and all that kind of stuff to this pull out section, because this does not get glued in. This is just a pull out. So I know that I'm going to load this up with ephemera, and I'm probably going to add some stuff in here. So I want to make mine a little bit wide, so that way there, when I start adding my stuff, I have enough space to be able to fold this over and my book not looking like it's throwing up. So if I want that, then I need to make this wide so that I have a big enough spine to be able to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, I know I'm going to fill mine with ephemera and layers and all that kind of stuff. So for me, what I'm going to do is, let me get rid of this part. And I am going to lay my book down. And I'm going to do about 1.25 inches space between this and this. So between the edge of my paper and chipboard here and the edge of this paper and chipboard, I'm going to do 1.25 inches, 1.25 inches, and 1.25 inches. And that is my preference. If you guys want to do 1 inch, do 1 inch. Or, you know, if you only want to do a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, that is completely up to you. But I know I'm going to add lots of stuff inside mine once I'm finished. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and flip this over. I am then going to glue my fabric so that it sticks to the back of this book. Now, I have a lot of fabric here, so what I'm going to do is I am going to trim this down because I know I'm not going to need all of it. I can use this somewhere else in the book. So I'm going to trim a little piece off and rip it off. Okay, I had you guys add the 5 inches to make sure that if you were going to add more, you would be able to do so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I am going to glue my fabric. And I'm going to do the bottom of the book, the bottom of the cover, because I want to be able to see everything up here sticking out, okay? So in order to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and fold this over and lay it down. And then I'm going to flip it I'm going to flip it open to make sure that all of this measurement is correct, and I have time to be able to move it over, which I do need to move it over. Okay, 1.25 inches, 1.25 all the way up and down. Okay. Okay, flip it over. Now is a good time to use the eraser. Get all that glue off of my glass. Easy peasy. All right. There we go. Now, if you want to zhuzh up your fabric, now is the time to do that. Do the other side. Do the edge. There we go. All right. Everybody good? Hello, Kristen. How are you, beautiful? Okay, so that is glued down now. Here is my cover. And again, I have my little pull out. That will also fit in there. And like I said, now I have plenty of room to be able to add more ephemera. I have all of that space to be able to add pages. I can add ephemera, whatever. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to add some paper later on. I will add some coffee stained paper, and I will actually sew some coffee stained paper in here, as well as adding ephemera to the back of this, to this, to this, and to this. Okay, so but I want to add some coffee stained papers here later on, but that is the cover itself. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is, now that this is glued, okay, we just need this, what we just glued, okay? And I need a drink, sorry, y'all. Everybody good? Is everybody on the same page? I just want to make sure before we move on to the next steps. Everybody's okay? Give me a thumbs up. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yay. All right. Yo. Is your August workshop in person or virtual? It's all virtual. I'm not doing this with just here for the vibes. You are absolutely fine, Miss Kristen. All right, beautiful, guys, beautiful. Okay, so we are now going to go back to our notebooks, our 3 notebooks that we glued together. We are going to set this to the side, and we're going to grab our 3 notebooks, y'all. All right, so our 3 notebooks that we glued together. Okay, where did I put mine? I just had them. I am always losing stuff, y'all. There they are. Okay. Here they are. Okay. So we have our 3 notebooks. I'm going to take my binder clips off because I know that they're glued. Okay. They're all glued together. All right. Cover to cover. These are all glued. Cover to cover. These are all glued. Okay, and this is our book. Okay, so let me raise you guys up a little bit. You cleaned your craft room? Kristen, I cleaned mine too. I got a little bit organized. I didn't get everything finished, but that's okay. I will eventually get everything finished, because what ends up happening is that I work on something and then I have a cluster around me. I end up having a cluster around me. It's like, oh dear Lord have mercy. Okay. Anyway, it's a little crazy, but that's all good. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to decorate our journals. So, we need to, again, this is up to you. I like it a little bit more grungy looking so that I can do layering. I know I didn't finish, but on my desk more than 3 inches of workspace. That sounds like me. That sounds like me. But I'm going to take my masking tape again. Okay. And I am going to cover the outside edges of my notebook. Okay, so I'm going to open this up, and then I'm going to take my masking tape. Let me find a straight edge. There we go. And I am going to do the same thing with the edges. I'm going to halfway up. Okay. Tear that off. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We are creating art. We are creating art. We're covering our outside edges of our notebooks. This is so we can do some layering. Okay. And now I'm going to fold it over. Fold it over. I'm going to fold it in. And again, it does not have to be perfect. I'm going to fold this over. I'm going to take a piece of this that I just tore off, and I'm just going to tape that down. Because again, this is art. This is art. And I'm going to fold this over that. It's a beautiful thing about masking tape, y'all. You can layer the crap out of it. It just gives it a very cool effect. All right, so there is one side. There's my other side, and I'm going to go to the next page, the next covers, and I'm going to open that. And again, I am going to use my masking tape. And I am going to tape this down. Thank you for the share. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm going to flip this over. And now I'm going to fold this down. I'm going to fold this up. And then I'm going to flip this over. Use some of my little scrappy scraps. Flip that over. Grab another little piece. May have missed it, but with your current project, did you make the 3 individual books prior? I made them. I coffee stained them for everybody and sent them with everybody. Sent them in each one of the kits. Yes, we did that in the beginning. That was the first thing we worked on, was gluing all 3 of them together. So you're just gluing them cover to cover, 3 different types of notebooks. So we just glued cover to cover together so that 2 covers became 1 cover as dividers. But I'm the one who coffee stained all of the paper for everybody in each of the notebooks. So I did that for everybody, so they didn't have to worry about it. It took me, God, what, 2.5 weeks to do everybody's notebooks? It took forever. That's all I'm saying, is it did take forever. But it was well worth it because it looks amazing. Yes. Yeah, I just did it for everybody, so they didn't have to worry about it. And like I said, it all came in the kit. All right, so that's 2. Now I need to do, there you see the edges, like you can see the separation between the 2, but it gives it an extra like grungy look. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next cover, and we're gonna do the next one. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I tried really hard, y'all. I just used my coffee recipe, and I just used a heat gun. My daughter, some of them are light, some of them are much more dark. Everybody's looks different. They're all unique. But I love, love, love the way they come out. And yes, they are crunchy. And they smell like coffee, but they are, I love it. I absolutely love it. I hate it, but I love doing coffee diet stuff. I hate doing it because because when I do it, I have to do a lot of it at one time. I really do. I have to do a lot. I can't just do a pack of paper. I have to do a lot of it. So I make sure when I'm coffee dyeing, I can coffee dye for at least 2 weeks. I kid you not. Oh, I have a little flying bug here. Did I get it? Nope. Where'd it go? I have no idea where it went. It wasn't a lightning bug. It was something else. You should have used tea for the Sherlock type theme. I like the coffee look better because on the people's desks, do you include chipboard and do you send a list of items needed for the project? Joanna, I do send chipboard. The things that you need for the project are listed on the website. Anything that you need to personally have, like scissors, cutting board, bookbinding kit, that's all on the website. And if it's something that you don't have, or, there's items that, you will use almost every single workshop, I provide links for you to be able to find it very easily. I use your food dehydrator. I tried, I'll be honest with you. Well, my recipe that I use, rubbing alcohol. So you can't put it in the oven to dry. So I use my heat gun. So that way there I can control the temperature, but don't put it in the oven. But the rubbing alcohol makes the paper dry so much faster, I feel, than anything else. But the sun does better, but I don't have time. I like to do a lot at once. So I put rubbing alcohol in my coffee mixture. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to wrap this as well. Well, thank ya. And like I said, if you like it darker or lighter, you can add more water or more rubbing alcohol. Well, thank you, Joanna. I appreciate that. Like I said, detectives, they're drinking coffee, not tea. So they spill their coffee, is what I was thinking, which is why I wanted to do the coffee stain. And I wanted something a little darker and something a little lighter. But I love the way they came out. Love, love the way they came out. All right, I'm going to wrap this corner. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jade. I love you. But like I said, when I do coffee stain, I got to do a lot of it at one time so I don't have to go back and do it again. Because my house literally, you love the coffee stain. Some of them have coffee cup rings and splatters and paints or splash splatters. Every single one of them looks different. My daughter did good. She helped me. So we were using coffee cups and paint brushes and all kinds of stuff. Some of them have, let's see, they're coffee rings. Some of them have like where we dripped stuff on it and then took a or paper towel and wiped it all off. Some of them have splatters, like we dripped coffee on them. Some of them are lighter than others, some of them are darker, but we tried to mix it up. There's coffee cup rings. Have you ever done the coffee ground rub? I have, and I'll be honest with you, I find that damp coffee makes the paper stick together, or if it's too wet, it'll make the printed lines bleed. So it really depends on what kind of paper it is. There's another one. And there were some of them where I just stood the book up and then dumped it down and left it run a lot through the pages. So those came out really stinking cool. So everybody's books are different. Some of them had more dripping on them than others. There's more splotches. But I love that. But some of them had much more heavy coffee staining on it than others. And I was like, I told my daughter, I'm like, mix it up so that way I don't know what I'm getting. I got these books off of the Zon. I got them off the Zon. They were not cheap. I will tell you, they were not cheap. But I love this. I love these books. I've used these in the past, and they are very good quality, but they are not cheap. You could probably find cheaper books elsewhere, but I love the quality of these, so that is why I chose these. They are called, hold on, let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up and I will tell you. Orders. Okay, so they are, let me scroll. Okay, they are, let me see the seller. Okay, for a thing of, for 12 exact same notebooks, it's $27 for 12 notebooks. But there's not a mixed pack. So for 12 of the dots, it's $26.99. For the let's see, for 12 of the grids, same price, $26.99. But they are sold by a store called ZZ. Amy, I used a heat gun. And dried them page by page. But Kristen, do you have a pen and paper? I'll spell it out. The name of the seller. Z as in zebra, M as in Mary, Y as in yellow, B as in book, C as in crayon, B hold on. C is in crayon, P is in pepper, A is in apple, C as in crayon, K as in kite, and then store. But they're 8.5 by 11, and like I said, there's three different types. I use the grid, the dots, and the lines, and they run. It's about $27 for a pack of 12. So it's about $2 and what, 26 cents, I think, per notebook. But yes. All right. So now we're on our last page in the book, in our books. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put masking tape on the last one. But like I said, they are very, very, very good quality. This is not the first time that I've used them, and it's not the first time that I have used them for coffee stain. For coffee staining, this is not the first time that I've used them. I've used them many, many times, and they hold up really, really well. Oops, let me move my notebook down a little bit. Here we go. Excuse me. All right, so now I can flip this over. And roll this up. All right, there we go. Beautiful. All right, so let me make sure that my lines, okay, there's my lines, and I know that I'm in the right direction because my date and number is here in the upper right hand corner. So this is the top, and this is the bottom, and this is the front. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and start decorating. I signed up for March Battle on 8/2. Yay! Why? That's fantastic. Oh, because the workshop, oh, for the business thing? Is that what you're talking about? It's okay. We'll do it again. We will be doing it again. Okay. There's going to be a lot of information, so I will definitely I will download it the live then, so that I can post it on YouTube later, because it is a lot of information. No, you're okay. You're okay. It's all good. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have in our bags, we have craft paper. Where is my bag? What did I do with it? Hold on. Oh, bye, Jeebas. Where is my bag? My bag. Oh, there it is. It fell over. It fell over. Oh, bye, Jeebas. Okay. Well, that's not the craft paper that I was looking for, but I know that it's here. Oh, there it is. It's inside the bag still. Okay. So inside this, everybody got some craft paper. Okay. Some craft paper. We're going to need that. We are going to need okay, the cheesecloth that we ripped off of the front cover. So the front cover, that piece of cheesecloth, not the really big one, the small one. We are going to need the smaller piece of the muslin. And then we're also going to need our cheesecloth. And we are going to need some ephemera. So let's do the cheesecloth. Okay, so we're gonna do the cheesecloth. We're done with the masking tape right now. But we are gonna need our craft paper. Okay, our craft paper. We're gonna need our piece of muslin, the smaller piece that we ripped for the cover. Okay, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need some cheesecloth. Okay. And we are also going to need an image. Hold on. Let me grab it. We are also going to need an image out of our papers, okay, that don't have any backs. We're going to need an image out of there. So let's see, what do I want to use? Let's see. I'm kind of liking that. Okay. Set the rest to the side. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so now we are going to decorate the front of our notebook. I have a picture that I would like to use on the front cover. Okay. So what I am going to do is, in order to grunge this up, I am going to go ahead and rip a little bit off of around the edges. I'm not going to go super crazy. But I do not want a straight edge. I want a grungy edge. Okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Whew. All right. I need a new zhuzher. Oh, wait, here's one. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh up the edges. This is Vintage Photo that I'm using. Vintage Photo. Okay, so I went ahead and distressed my edges. Okay, let me throw that away because that's no good. You are so very welcome. So I also want to distress my edges of my masking tape on just the cover. Okay. All right. So I want to grunge this up a little bit more. So please don't panic, y'all. And then I'm just going to lightly go over the mountains of the page. Go over the mountains of the page so that I have peaks and valleys, some lighter than others, some darker than others. And just lightly go over it so that you're highlighting those peaks. Okay. And then I can go back in. Okay, I have, where's my other color? There it is. And then I have my black. I can just go a little bit. Go over some of those peaks. Hi, Miss Jeanette. How are you, my beautiful? And again, guys, you have to be comfortable with ripping and tearing and crumbling, because it's art. I know some people struggle with that, and that is okay. But you want to create something unique, not like anybody else's. This is a great way to do that. is just using what you got, crunching it up, making it look different. Get notifications, even clicking and unclicking them. Really, Miss Jeanette? Well, that's okay. This will be posted on YouTube as soon as I'm done. As soon as I'm done, this will be up on YouTube. And I'm sorry for that. I don't know what is going on. I don't know why it's being so difficult. Okay, so I got everything all grunged up. I know, but I still feel bad. So I got everything grunged up. I crumpled up my paper, and if I wanted to do some more, I can crumble it up again. Soften the paper up. Okay, I got a little rip there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grunge that up a little bit. Got a little bit here. Grunge, grunge, grunge. A little grungy, a little grungy. All right, so up. I have another puzzle piece. Hold on, y'all. Puzzle piece. Okay, I don't know why I got a second puzzle piece, but I did. Okay. So I went ahead and grunged that up a little bit more. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to take this. I need a piece of craft paper. So I am going to unfold my craft paper. I'm going to take a piece of this and I'm going to go ahead and rip myself a piece off. Not the whole thing, just a piece. Okay. Set that to the side. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and crumple this up. It's big enough to cover this cover, okay? But I'm going to go ahead and crinkle it up. And then I'm going to open it back up. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my glue and I'm going to glue around the edge here and down the middle, okay? I'm not going to go all the way to the edge because I want to leave the masking tape sticking out because I grunged up the masking tape. So you can see I did not glue all the way to the outside edge. I glued to right there all the way around. So you can see that I still left the masking tape stick out. Okay. Then I'm going to take my paper, I'm going to lay it down, and I'm going to pat it. On top. Okay. And then I'm going to wait for this to dry. I'm going to give it a second. Love the way that looks. Y'all see that? Love the way that looks. Okay. Now, once I am dry, it's still not dry yet, I'm going to take my ruler, all right, and I'm going to tear off the excess, rip it off. Doesn't matter if one side is bigger than the other. I'm not going to get rid of that paper that I just ripped off, though. Okay. Okay, so it's not straight. That is okay. It's okay. And I'm going to roll it so that I can roll. If I don't have any glue on some edges, I can roll that down, soften up that paper, and roll. Any loose edges. Okay. So that is covered now. Now I can take this paper and now I can glue this down so that I have it layered on top. So I'm going to go ahead, turn this over. I'm going to go ahead and lay down the glue on this. And glue this on top. Okay. Oops. All right. Now I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to lay this on top. And I'm just going to press down. Roll some of this. I can go back and grunge that up even more then. So there's that. So what I'm going to do is all these little edges that I curled up, I can go back and I can zhuzh those up. And if I really want to break them down to make them even softer, I'm just going to roll it with my fingers, just like that, to soften it up, to break down the paper fibers. And then I can go back and zhuzh it up even more. Okay. So again, there's no right or wrong way to do this. And you can grunge it up as much or as little as you want. Okay. Okay, now my brown. Thank you. I appreciate that. What are we doing today? This is our Vintage Detective workshop is what we're working on today. We have a workshop every month, the last Saturday of the month, and we make a book together. I send you all of the supplies and we put it together. What is next month? Next month is Alice in Wonderland. So it is a little grungy, but it's vintage. So little grungy vintage Alice. Not anything too dark. It's just got a little grungy. And again, I am just running my dauber on the peaks of the rise of the paper where we crumbled it up to give it a little bit more grunge. So just the rise. Can't remember what I did this morning. Miss Wanda, I can look to see if you did. I can look and see if you did, Miss Wanda. Send me a DM, and after the workshop, I'll look and see if you ordered it. But I will definitely look, and if you didn't, I can tell you. All right, so there is that. Okay, so right now what I want, I sure hope I did. Thank you. Yes, Miss Wanda, there's still some workshops left for the Alice. I added a few extras because I had some people that weren't getting paid until after it mostly sold out, so I added a few more. That way their people still had the opportunity to be able to get it after they got paid. So I am okay with that. Okay, so what I am gonna do now is let's see, do I want to do? I do. Okay, so y'all, I know not everybody has sprays, but for me, I do. And what I want to do before I go any further is that I want to add some spray to this page, the cover, before I start layering anymore. I have a color called Frayed Burlap. I like the way that it dries when it's used. I like the way that it looks. And then I also have some tea dyed. Sorry, y'all. I have some tea dyed again. I like the way that it looks when it dries. So I get the white speckles, and a little bit of the blue. gray. So I like the way it looks. I don't have that. That's okay. That's okay. Let me grab, I have a sanding block. Hold on, y'all. I also like to use a sanding block when I am grunging stuff up. I know that sounds crazy, but I do. I use a sanding block. And see how it just got the hills? Not all of them, but it got some of the hills. Okay, see how it got some of the hills? So I love that because it looks worn, it looks vintage, and that is me. Not everybody likes that, and that is okay. You don't have to, but I like the way it looks. Okay, now I gotta wash my hands. I got ink everywhere. But I love, love, love using a sanding block. I love using it on the edge of papers. If not a sanding block, I do have, it looks like a dauber, you know, for edging your paper. Yes, me too. Me too. I don't know why, but it's like when I think of vintage detective, like even though their offices, come on, ladies, men are not very organized. Neither are we, but hey, Miss Cammie, but really, seriously, if you think about it, back in the day, they had these little smoke-filled, you know, offices where they smoked cigarettes while they worked and drank coffee. This is like, come on, they were not clean. They had piles and piles of stuff laying all over the place. They were not clean. Thank you for the heart, me. So, you know what I'm saying? They carried stuff around with them all the time. All the time. So, now what I want to do is I want to take, okay, that piece of muslin. Well, thank you. That piece of muslin. So I want a piece of this. I am going to go ahead and cut me 2 pieces. And thank you for the populars. I want to have them the same width. So I'm going to lay it on top of each other, cut a little hole, and then go ahead and rip it. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and glue this to the front. Okay, I'm going to glue a piece of this to the front. Don't worry, I will grunge up the muslin after I put the, what do you call it, down? The cheesecloth. And then I'm going to wrap it to the back. Okay. That's a little much. Let's get a little shorter piece. There we go. Okay. Flip it back around. I'm going to do a little bit more narrow. Cut a small piece. Put this down. Glue this down. Flip it over to the back. And I'm actually going to glue down the whole thing. There we go. All right, so now I'm going to find a page for the back of this. So let's see. Let's see. I I have, okay, so I can use a couple different pieces because I have some scraps that I didn't use all of it. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. I'm decorating the back of it now. Again, you can use a whole sheet, you can use scraps, whatever. There's no right or wrong. I'm going to glue that down. Can somebody take care of that for me, please? All right, beautiful. Go to the box, Sailor, go to the box. All right, so I glued that down. Now, let's see, I have some more scraps. I can, let's see, which way do the words go? I can use this. Did you see what I meant, Sailor? Can I see from front again? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me glue this down. No. Hold on. Okay, never mind. She left. She popped in and I want her muted. She is blocked, but she can still come in the room when I'm live. So I wanted her blocked. She is blocked, but it won't, yeah. Thank you. Anyway, sorry, y'all. Okay, so this is the front. This is the front. Thank you. Hi, Miss Anita. This is the front. And then there's the spine. And then I have the back. So now the back, I can go ahead and absolutely, Miss Kim, I can go ahead and grunge this up. And again, you could do as little or as much as you want. Again, there's no right or wrong. Okay, so some of that paper that I had crunkled up earlier, I'm going to go ahead and glue some of that down to here. And then the same thing with this scrap piece of muslin. I can glue this down. Where is, there we go. Okay. There we go. Let me glue this down just a little bit. Now my fingers are all full of glue. Okay, so I want to take another piece of that cheesecloth. Okay, again, single layer. I am going to cut 2 strips. I'm going to cut 1 strip first, and then I'll cut this strip in half. The cheesecloth. And I'm going to cut this in half again. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and I am going to glue this down. Let me pull on it a little bit, get it out of whack. Get a little wonky. And I'm going to go ahead and glue that down. Do this side. Pull it, make it a little wonky. Okay, and then I'm going to flip it over. And then I am going to glue down this side. There we go. And then glue across the bottom. And I'm going to take a piece of masking tape. And then I'm going to rip this in half. And then I'm going to take this. I'm going to math tape that down. Take another piece here. And another piece here. Okay. So there's my back. Again, I just used some masking tape. Okay. And then I will take, where is my, what I just do with my, oh, there it is, sanding block. And I am gonna go ahead and curl up some of these edges of the paper and sand it down. Grunge it up just a little bit. Just where the fingerprints and the mat meets. Okay, then I will take my inker. I wish I could zoom in and add that feature. There you go. How's that? All you have to do is say so, Miss Anita. All you gotta do is say so. Okay, now I can go ahead and grunge up some of my fabric here. A little bit of black. Oops. Yay! Still here, still here. Do a little bit of brown. Let me glue this corner down. Get that glue off my fingers. There we go. Okay, let me put you up just a little bit higher. There we go. All right. So there is the back side. And here is the front side. Okay, okay. Now let me add some stuff here. I'm gonna pick another picture. Okay, let's do. I'll go ahead and use the big one. Sorry, y'all. Everybody says I'm important right now. All right, let me grab a drink. Okay, let me grab. Okay, so I'm gonna grab another piece of paper. I know it's you guys. So I said, y'all think I'm important right now? Oh, bye, Jeebas. I love y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna use a little bit of this alphabet. And with that, okay, let me do this one more time at the bottom. And I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. Okay. Oops, I almost glued it upside. I almost glued it upside down. Almost glued it upside down. All right. Hold on, y'all. I need to turn my notifications off. Hold on. Hold, please. Okay, notifications are off. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here we go. Okay. You're okay. You're okay. I just had to make sure that it worked. Okay, I just had to block her. Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry. I just had to block her. Okay. Okay. All right, so we got that down. And that I need... What else do I want? I want something else. I want something else. Hold on, y'all. Let's do cicada paper. Okay. I'm going to use a piece of cicada paper. Okay. So let's do this. Oops. Hold on, y'all. Forgot to zhuzh up my edge. So this is why I hate zhuzhing, because I forget to do one paper. And then it doesn't look like it belongs. Okay, let me glue this. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. Yay! Is there anything else we will need? I am new to this. Miss Patty, in all honesty, it's just the bookbinding kit. I believe everything is on the website as to exactly what you will need to be able to complete the class. And if you don't have a bookbinding kit, there should be a link in there. If there's not, please let me know and I'll make sure to put that in there. But the bookbinding kit is like $7.99 and it comes with thread, needles, all that good stuff. But it should have everything on there already. And then, like I said, the class is the last Saturday of every single month. Okay. So I will go ahead and finish decorating this later. But there is my book, my notebooks. There's my front. There's my back. And then here is the inside of my... Aw, thank you. That was so pretty. Thank you. And then there is the inside of my little notebooks. All right, but there's my back. There's my cover. I'm going to set this to the side. And we're going to move on to the next piece. Everybody good? Pee break, everybody. Let's go potty break, drink break, snack break, whatever it is you need. Let's take 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. Everybody go get yourself something to drink. Go potty, whatever you need to do, and we'll come back. 3 minutes. I'm going to stay live, but give everybody 3 minutes to go ahead and grab whatever it is that they need. If they need to clean up a little bit, whatever, go ahead and do that now. And we will move on. We will move on. Where's my yellow tape? There we go. Hey, Miss Jenny, what's going on? All right, I'm going to run to the restroom myself, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm going to put you guys on mute. I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, Miss Jenny. Thank you for the heart me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do. How was your day so far? I forgot to reset my goal. All right. Girl. Okay, so we are going to set this to the side, y'all, and we are going to work on the signatures of the book next. So we are going to put this to the side, y'all. Thank you for the roses. Oh, my golly. Aw, that's awesome. I'm doing great, actually. I am doing absolutely fabulous. The grandbaby went home today, which is really sad. They went home earlier. Right when I was getting ready to start my live. Thank you, Kristen, for the roses. I appreciate you. Got myself some pretzels. But yeah, I'm sad that they had to leave. But they had to get back home. My daughter has 3 stepsons, and they come on Sunday to their house for the weekend. So, I should say for the week. So they had to get home. All right, in this bag, or in this plastic bag, we're gonna take everything out. Everything in this bag we're going to take out. Under the picture on the back, I didn't. Hold on. I did just a scrap. Oh yeah, I took a scrap piece of paper from the fingerprints, and then I put a piece of cheesecloth. I glued that down, and then a little bit of masking tape. And some more cheesecloth and another piece of masking tape on top of that. But that's all I had to do it for right now. Another piece of craft paper. Another piece of masking tape. Oh, on the front, I put that on the front. And I did a piece of, I tore off a piece of alphabet paper. And I laid that down and I put a piece of masking tape down. As well as I'd have this yellow, when you take off the paper, the back, it looks like grungy old Scotch tape. Yeah, and don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. That's all I put on there for right now until I figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of it. And then I'll go back and I'll add more ephemera into it as I'm completing the book. Absolutely, but that is just our notebooks. Okay. So we're going to need all of our signature paper. So our paper pack, again, has lines on the backs, some color. And then in this, we have our envelope. We have an envelope, and then we have some tawls that are there's also some pockets. Those pockets need to come out. Those go inside the book. So these two pockets, these will come out, and those get set aside with your ephemera. Okay, but we have all these tawls. These are all tawls. Oop, that comes out. That's ephemera. And there's these tawls. Okay, so we have tawls. We have all these shorts. And then we also have our envelope. And then we have some more of our bubble wrap. So I'm going to go ahead and rip mine in half. Okay. I'm going to squish it. Squish it, flatten it out. Okay, so we also are going to need the smaller pages, but those will come later. We'll add those in after the fact. But if you guys want to add more coffee paper to your signatures, that is absolutely fine. I did not include any with this paper pack only because it took forever for me to do just the tablets themselves. So I didn't include any. I'm not putting any in mine because there's enough coffee paper in the back. So that is what I'm doing. But again, if you guys want to add coffee paper or other envelopes other than what I sent you, you are welcome to add stuff in. However you so choose. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and fold up my signature pages. I'm going to fold everything in half. And again, you can fold them however you want. Line side out, image side out, doesn't matter. I'm going opposites. So you do however you want. We are doing 2. We are doing 2. Okay, so all of those are folded in half. Now I'm going to do the talls, and we're going to fold those in half. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 talls. Where is my bone folder? I'm going to go ahead and smush those down. Get good creases. Okay. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24 half pages. And again, I'm going to go ahead and smush those down. Five. I believe there's 5. Yes, there's 5 talls. 5 talls. All right, there we go. Okay, everybody give me a thumbs up when they get all their papers folded. Thank you, Miss Helene. Thank you, Miss Connie. I don't know why you guys are getting filtered. There we go. Miss Angel. Miss Jade. Miss Jade, I thought you were a mod. Hold on. Nope. No special order. Miss Amber's all good. Yeah, I just added you. I thought you were already a mod. I thought I could have swore that you were already a mod. Maybe, oh, you know what? You're a mod on my other account. That's probably why. Miss Kim D is all good. Yeah, I think you're a mod on my other account. And so it's probably why I thought that you were a mod here. Miss Wieners. Yes, ma'am, we're still going. Miss Michelle. Is everybody good with folding up their papers? I know some people are. I was just wondering if everybody is on the same page or not. Or if I need to wait a little bit. Yep, we're going to finish this today. We're about halfway. As I say, a little bit more than halfway, but... Okay, I'm going to assume that everybody's good. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to split these into 2 equal piles. Not the talls, though. The talls, no. But these, yes. Okay, let me count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, 12 and 12. Okay. So we can put them in any order that you want. So I'm going to start with this one. And then I'm going to, as my outside, and then I'm going to start adding. Make sure my papers are all upright. Sorry, y'all. I got a hiccup. Yes, please make sure they're all upright. I can't tell you how many times I've done that. I've done that many, many, many times. Okay. So now, since I got all, I did not put any talls in here, y'all. These are just shorts. The talls are for something else. Okay? Talls are for something else. We're only doing shorts. And you'll see after a minute. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and clip this so that it stays together. Okay. Set that off to the side. But please make sure that all of your stuff is facing in the right direction. Okay. Can I order these papers from you, Miss Carlene? Yes, you can. Okay, there is my second. Thank you for the heart me, Miss Lulu. There's my second signature. Okay. Miss Killer Bee and Miss Carlene. Yes, if you send me a text message and because I have not done the flash paper sale or the there's a couple of people I still have to get their paper sale stuff on the website. I will get those done this week. Miss TLC in the house. I will get them done this week, y'all, and I will get them added. Just make sure you, what's this pad called? What's this called? Vintage Detective. It's just Vintage Detective. I think, or Old School Detective, one of the two. But I'll know which one it is. Yeah, send me a text message and I'll make sure to do that. Thank you, my love. Okay, so there's our 2 signatures, y'all. We are going to set these off to the side. Do not put in your talls, okay? Because these talls are going to be used for something different, okay? Talls are going to be used for something different. They're still going into the book, but in a different area. Thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate that, Miss TLC. Okay, so these 2 signatures and then the 5 papers together, we can go ahead and put those together again, making sure that if there is writing anywhere, that you have them upright in the correct position, like that has name written on it. Make sure it's on the right position. And there we go. So there's my 5. Again, I'm going to clip these to keep these together to make sure in the right position. And we're going to set these to the side, okay? And we are still going to use the bubble wrap, but we're going to use it on the talls, okay? So stick this to the side. All right. There's our signatures to the side, to the side. Okay, so out of our paper pack, we are going to need a piece of chipboard. A piece of chipboard. Thank you for the finger hearts. I appreciate you. Okay, so a piece of, hold on. Piece of chipboard. And we are going to need our cardboard box. So y'all, if you guys had your cardboard box, again, it doesn't have to be huge and it doesn't have to be brown. It could be white. It could be black. I don't care because we're covering it, so it doesn't matter. But we need our piece of chipboard and cardboard box. Okay, so for the cardboard box, we are going to need, hold on, let me get my skizzer, let me get my, where's my utility knife? Hold on, what did my daughter do with it? Oh, the envelope. I need to stick that to the side too. Okay, so for the love of baby Jesus, I have no idea what my daughter did with my utility knife. So let me cut this with my scissors very quickly here. Hold on. Lord have mercy. Sarah Martha. Ugh. Okay. So, for our piece of cardboard, y'all, we take your chipboard, place it on top of your cardboard, okay? And we are only going to need, hold on, let me get this, let me make sure that I am correct. We need a crease at, where is my, we only need a piece of cardboard, the width of our chipboard, okay? I need to find my utility, oh, here it is. Okay. Let me get my mat. We need a piece of cardboard, the width of our chipboard, okay? So let me make sure. The width of our chipboard. is what you need. Ugh. There we go. Okay. Voila. All right, so if you have a crease in your chipboard, that is fine. We're going to use the crease. So if you happen to have a crease in your chipboard, that is great. That is going to work out. If you don't, we can create a crease, okay? So again, we just needed the width of our chipboard. And I'm going to cut this off so that it's easier to work with because I don't need all this. Okay. Lord have mercy. All right. So I cut my cardboard the same exact size as my chipboard. Okay. So what we are going to do is we're going to create a pocket using the cardboard to hold our notebooks, okay? That's why I said we only need the width of our chipboard, okay? So we are going to need, again, the width of our chipboard. We are only going to need, where's my ruler? Is it 5? Hold on. Let me measure my book. 3 inches. Okay, so we are going to need 3 inches. 3 inches of the cardboard. Let me grab my cutter. Three inches of cardboard. There we go. 3 inches. Okay, so everybody got the 3 inches of cardboard. It's 8.5 by 3 inches. So 8.5 inches by 3 inches. This is a piece of cardboard that I asked you if you had. Doesn't matter if it's cardboard. Doesn't matter if it's chipboard. Whatever you had laying around your house. It could be a cereal box. Whatever. We just need something firm. I liked using the cardboard because it is a lot firmer than trying to use something else. You'd have to reinforce it if you use something that wasn't cardboard. Like I said, we didn't need a big piece, and I apologize, I couldn't put it in there. Okay, was making sure it was still the same piece. Yep, we just need a 3-inch piece. Okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to take that 8.5 by 3 inch piece. We're going to take it down. Hold on. How thick is our book? Everybody's book is going to be different, y'all, because everybody's pages were dyed differently. Let me get you guys up here so you can see what I mean. Everybody's pages are different because everybody's books were dyed differently. Okay, so we need, if you squish these together, you guys are going to need to measure how thick your pages are. Okay, so for example, my pages at the fattest point, which is going to be towards the middle, is 1.25 inches. Okay, 1.25 inches. Towards the end, it's about 1.25 inches as well. So you want to go by the thickness of your books, because some pages were really crinkly, some pages weren't as crinkly as others, some didn't get coffee on the edges, some did. So measure both ends and see what your thickness is. Okay, so this side is 1.25 inches. So based off of that, mine is 1.25 inches thick. Okay, that is how wide I want to create the crease to hold my book. And what I mean is, hold on, I'm going to take my cardboard and I'm going to lay it down on the 1.25 inches, because that is how thick my book is. I am going to do a very light cut on 1.25 inches so that I can bend this so that I have my shelf to hold my book. Hey, TM. Hi, beautiful. How are you? Do you see what I'm saying? So that I cut a very light cut down the outside, but it's still attached back here so that I'm able to fold it over to create my pocket for my book, to hold my tablet in, to hold my tablets. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, perfect. So I had a 3-inch, 8.5 inches by 3 inches. And based off of how thick your notebooks are, that is where you're going to make a very light cut for your cardboard, and then just crack it so that you get an L, because this is going to be our pocket to hold our notebook. We are going to reinforce this, but the cardboard works a hell of a lot better because it's much more stiff than trying to use chipboard. As far as otherwise you'd have to reinforce it and all that other stuff, and I didn't want to have to go into all that because that's just like building a piece of furniture. I don't want to build a piece of furniture. I just want this. Okay. If anybody needs help, please, please, please let me know. We are going to use more cardboard, but not right at the moment. Thank you, Miss Lulu, for the popular. I appreciate you. Oh, my thumb just popped. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was so sweet. Everybody give me a thumbs up when you got this far, when you have your piece of cardboard and your chipboard. Yay, Miss Connie. Miss Helene. Miss Kim, Miss Jade, Miss Angel, You guys are doing great. Miss Sharman. Yay! Okay. All right, y'all. Thank you for the heart me. How are you doing, Junk Journal? Miss Amber. Okay. We're gonna need our big piece of fabric, y'all. Get your big piece of fabric. Now, I have included plenty of muslin to be able to do this project. Actually, you'll probably have some left over. Okay. Let me move this. There we go. Okay. Sorry, my head was a little itchy. Okay, let me get this strings out of here. We're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and glue down our chipboard to our muslin. So we're going to leave just a little bit, not a whole lot, y'all. We're going to leave a little bit. We're going to leave just a little bit of a fray on the top and on the side. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we are going to, if you look at the bottom, sorry, that scared me there for a second. I thought I saw something. Kind of creeped me out. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a little slit at the bottom of our muslin so that we can rip it across. So a little slit, just a little bit below our chipboard, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and rip that across. Okay. Get my muslin back out here. Let me get all these loose strings. There we go. Okay. We're going to lay our muslin or our chipboard right back on top of our muslin. We're going to center that up. There we go. So that we have a little bit of fray at the top, a little bit of fray on the side, and a little bit of fray on the bottom, y'all. That's all we need, okay? The rest of it, we have the rest of all of this material. We're not going to use all of it, but we are going to use a good bit of it, okay? But right now, we are just going to glue down our chipboard to the muslin. And like I said, you're going to leave a little bit of an edge at the top and the side and the bottom, okay? All right, here we go. Come on. I glue around. Okay. Flip this over. Center that up. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to put glue on this. Okay, we're going to go along the outside edge. And then down the middle. Now we're going to take this. We are going to flip it over. We're going to go nice and tight, and flip it and roll it over. Okay? Yes, I know you can see the glue. That's going to be covered up, so be patient. Okay? You're not even going to see the glue once we're done here. Flip it back over. Okay. There we go. Okay, y'all. Done. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to, hold on, move you guys around. We got both sides covered with the muslin. Okay, now we are going to take a piece of that paper that has no print. Okay, that is ephemera. That has no printing on the back. It's all white. I think I'm going to use this one and that one. Okay. Okay. So what I want is I'm going to use this for one side, but I need to cut off. I need to cut off just a little bit, like 1/8 of an inch, I believe, is what I need to cut off the side, is 1/8 of an inch. So let me do that. Let me cut off 1/8 of an inch. Let me open this up. So I need to cut off 1/8. There we go. Just 1/8 of an inch is all what I needed to cut off. And I will do the same thing for this paper as well. I'm going to cut off just 1/8 of an inch. An 1/8 of an inch. Okay. All right. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to glue this down. This will be the inside. This is the back side, which is where I'm going to put this paper, is on the back of my book. This will be the very back of my book. This is going to be the inside of my inside cover of my book. So I want this one on the inside and the other one on the back side. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. Like I said, I just needed to cut off 1/8 of an inch to make sure that I was within the chipboard area so that when I folded the book or closed the book, it did not get hung up or pull. Making sure I'm at the top and the bottom. Perfect. Beautiful. So I said don't worry about the glue because we weren't going to see it anyway when we put on the fabric. Put a little glue here. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to flip it over. And then I'm going to do this side. Okay. Get that glue off my fingers. For the love of baby Jesus, I can't feel anything. Where's my eraser? There it is. There we go. Okay. All right. Both sides are glued down. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. All right. Get the strings off. Okay. All right, y'all. Okay, so what we're going to do is with the cardboard, we are going to go ahead and take our masking tape. Let me move this to the side. We're going to take our masking tape. I want to put masking tape over that fold where we cut it so that it folds. I want to put masking tape over top of that. Okay, and bend it over. Okay. Now I want to take masking tape and put it around the whole outside as well. Who the heck keeps texting? Oh, sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. I wanted to make sure it wasn't Sarah. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so I want to take my masking tape and I want to go around the whole outside. I want to go around the outside edges and wrap it. Do this side. Turn that off. Smaller piece. Good one. Wrap that. Okay. Let me do the bottom. Wrap that around. Okay, so there's my crease, an L. Again, this is the depth of my book, and this is the height to cover the bottom of the book. So the bottom is 1 and, what is that? Hold on. 1 and 3/4. 1 and 3/4 high is for me, because my book, I needed 1 1/4 inches for my thickness of my book. So everybody's is going to be different based off the thickness of your pads. Okay, but that is how it'll be attached into our book. All right, so what we're gonna do, oops, sorry y'all, what in God's name is going on here? All right, sorry. Okay, so we have our book. Again, this is my inside, and that is my back cover. Okay, So what I'm going to do is we're going to be attaching this to the bottom of our book page, okay? But we need to cover this first with paper. So pick out your paper. I want to do a little bit of this. Okay. And again, golly, what is going on here? Sorry, guys. Okay. I feel like something was stabbing me. Okay, so my height, again, everybody's is going to be different based off of their thickness of their notepads. This is the inside back cover. Inside back cover. So my thickness that I need is 1 inch and what I say 3/8, right? 3/4. 1 inch and 3/4 is what I need. So I am going to cut this at 1 inch and 3/4. 1 inch and 3/4. Again, your measurement might be different based off of the thickness of your notebooks. So this is the biggest part. The biggest part, the smallest part is what holds your books. And so mine, I measured to fit the outside, okay? And then I want to cut another piece. I need to put another piece of tape there. Hold on. What do I do with it? Masking tape. Cover that up. Oops, I needed 1 inch and 1 inch and what is that? 1 inch and 3/4. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this is the shortest piece. This is the tallest piece. I'm going to go ahead and glue this on the top. Okay. I'm going to zhuzh it up first. I'm going to go ahead and glue the back of this. Now, before I glue this down, y'all, you guys have this big red piece of ribbon. You are going to find the middle. Find the middle. And you're going to lay that down in the middle. And I'm going to put a little bit of glue there. Put that down. Now I'm going to glue this over top of that ribbon. Okay. Just like that. So that ribbon went underneath this paper. Okay, same thing on the back side, on the bottom. Oops, I cut that too wide. Hold on. Okay, let me zhuzh up. Let me zhuzh up the bottom piece. I think I got that right now. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh up the bottom. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue down that ribbon. Okay. And then glue down paper. Okay, I'm going to clip this down, hold it in place, hold the ribbon in place, until this dries. Okay, there's that part. All right, so we will do the inside of it later. So we're going to set this off to the side while this is drying. Okay. quick pee break, y'all. I'm going to leave this here in case anybody needs to look. I need to go pee-pees real quick. But that's where we are right now. This again is to hold the notebooks in place. It will get attached here to the bottom of the back cover. And then our notebooks will slide right into this and be held into place and then tied together. So give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to run to the restroom, y'all. Quick break. Okay, y'all, thank you for being patient. Okay, so let me raise you guys up a little bit. Okay, perfect. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. Okay, so where we left off was this is the part that is going to hold our notebooks in place. Let me grab. So our notebooks will sit in there like this. Oops, wrong side. Hold on. There we go. Our notebooks will sit in here like this. This piece will be attached here at the bottom, and then this will tie off. Oh, hold on. Hold, please. So then this will come up, this will tie off, just like that. Do yourself a little bow. Okay, but this will get attached to the bottom of the book. So it'll hold in just like this. Okay. Now do you guys see where I'm going with this? So then what we need to do is we need to now attach this to our book. Okay, so I'm going to untie this. Let me put my notebooks down. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is we are going to take another piece of paper, same paper that you put on the bottom. You are mad scientist. Same piece of paper that we used on the back, okay? We are actually going to take our string, move it over, and we are going to build ourselves. We're going to attach this to the back of our cardboard here, okay? So we're going to go ahead and attach this. It doesn't matter how long the paper is, y'all. We are going to fix that. But we need to attach this paper here. So this paper will get put in just like this, okay? I'm going to clamp mine down to the short part. The short part, this part, the short part, not the top cover, but the bottom part. We're going to go ahead and clip that down so that it dries. And then we are going to, where's my thing? Here it is. Okay, we're going to go ahead and rub this so that to make sure you got a good connection, y'all. Okay. Now what we're going to do is, hold on, let me think about this a second. Fold this up. We're going to take this paper and we're going to score it along that edge, okay? Hold on. So we have our scoreboard. We're going to lay it down on the edge of our scoreboard. And we're going to go ahead and score it. Where is my scorer? There it is. Score it along that edge so that we can fold it. Okay, just like that. We're going to fold it right along that edge. Okay, everybody got that? So you're just going to, it's like what, 1/8 of an inch away from the cardboard. We are going to score it. And again, everybody's measurement was going to be different because of how thick your books are. But we need just that 1/8 of an inch scored all the way across so that we can fold the paper up just like that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut this across. Doesn't matter if it's straight. It doesn't matter if it's straight, y'all. It does not matter. You are not going to see it. I'm going to take this paper, okay, that I just had. Again, I'm going to cut this across because I used this to rip it earlier. You could use the same paper. You could use different paper. You can use whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, I promise you. Okay, now we're going to take this piece of paper. This is our string, okay? We are going to glue that to here. Glue that up. Glue that up. Glue that down. Now we're going to glue this part and we're going to attach it to the back of the inside back cover. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. You don't have to zhuzh it up, anything else, because we are going to be covering it. Okay, we're going to take that, now that that's glued, we're going to flip it over. Oh, I want to glue my ribbon too. Sorry. We're going to flip it over. We're going to put it at the very bottom. Hold on. Let me get, hold on. I'll show you. Hold on, Jade. We're not going to see this part because we're going to cover it. But that piece of paper where we scored the 1/8 of an inch across the bottom, We're going to glue that to end that piece of ribbon. And this is going to get glued like this. We're going to flip it over at the very bottom of that page. Make sure that it lines up with the bottom of that paper like a little U. Okay, we're going to glue that to the back of this. And here I'll show you the bottom. There's our bottom. So we're right on the edge of that chipboard. Okay, right on the edge of that chipboard. And we're going to bring it down so that we're on the edge of the chipboard for the back inside cover. We're building almost like a piece of furniture to hold our tablets. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to move this string up because that's the back. I'm going to take my gosh dang it, bone folder, and I'm going to smush it down to make sure that it has a good connection all the way across. Okay. Get rid of any of the excess glue. So looking from the top, you're going to have a piece of hair. Lord have mercy. That is what it's going to look like. So when you sit it down, okay, let me get rid of these. There we go. We have this U that's going to hold our notebooks so they don't fall out. Is anybody lost? Or is everybody got it now? Are you still lost, Jade, or are you okay? You're lost? Okay, which part did you get lost? I think I have it just gluing it to the book now. Okay, so Miss Helene, where did you get lost? We had our little L, right? We had, hold on, let me raise this up just a little bit. Hold on. Okay, we had our little L. Okay, we started with our little L. We put down a piece of paper that went from the corner of the L up. And we made a crease inside back cover because we're going to cover this up. You're not even going to see this. This is my inside back cover and this is my back cover. So we are gluing it to the inside of the back cover. And again, we're going to cover this up here in a second so you're not even going to see this. So this bottom part of the L, the shortest part, okay, is where you're going to be gluing that paper to. This is the front. This is the bottom. So that bottom part of the L, you're going to be gluing that paper to. So you're going to create a U with your paper. And that back part of that U is going to get glued to the inside of the back cover. Does that make sense, Miss Helene? So you just created two L's, but you glued them together, forming a U. So with that piece of paper, we created an L the same way that we created this L, and we just put them together so that way there this bottom piece is glued to this bottom piece, and then you have the L part here and an L, the biggest L part here. So you're creating a complete U, and you're gluing the paper part to your inside of your back cover. So the measurements are all going to be different, Kim, based off of the thickness of your books. So your thickness of your paper books the coffee stained paper notebooks, hold on, let me grab them, is going to be different than mine, because your notebooks may be thicker than mine, or mine may be thicker than yours. So this is my L. So I made mine a little bit wider than what my actual notebooks are. Because in case I want to, well, in case I want to put ephemera in them or whatever, but you see what I'm saying? So it's all based off of the size of your notebooks, because everybody's notebooks are going to be thicker, they're going to be smaller, whatever, but it allows for, because if I flip it over to the other side, see how it just fits in there snug? See how that fits in there nice and snug? So I don't have much room here. No. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so it's based off of how thick, because this side, of course, is going to be thicker, because this is where all the coffee dyed happen, is on the edges, and so your book is going to be thicker on this side than it is going to be on the other side where the spines are. Yes, you are gluing the paper. Hold on. This is the inside back cover, is where you're gluing that piece of paper to. Inside back cover. Is everybody good? Does everybody understand where I'm at? If not, we can back it up a little bit. Is anybody else having a problem, or is everybody okay? You're good, Jade? Okay. I don't know why you got filtered, but I got you. I seen your comment. I know this is a little bit more complicated than books that we've done in the past, and I apologize, but I wanted to do something different. And I thought this was a great way to be able to do something different. Thank you, Miss Connie. I'm glad that you're liking it. I'm glad that you're liking it. Yay! Okay, everybody's good? Okay, don't freak out, y'all. What I want you to do now is I want you to cut off this string right here at the top of your paper, okay? Because it's reinforced by this paper and by this paper, so we can cut it off back here, and I'll show you why. We're going to go ahead and cut this off because we're going to attach it to the top of the book then. So cut that off. And that is our other piece of string. This will be glued up here then, and I'll show you. Short side of L is bottom. Yes, you are absolutely correct. The smallest part of that L is the bottom of our book. This right here. That is the smallest part. This is the tallest part, is the front. But the shortest part is the bottom. Yay! All right, so everybody cut off their string. We are going to keep this because we're going to attach this to the top of the book then. Okay, so put this to the side. Don't lose this. All right, so now what we're going to do is now we are going to cover this. We are actually going to cut or rip or whatever a piece. I was skeptical at first, but now I'm in awe. Well, I'm glad that you are. I'm glad that you are. Okay, so this piece here, I am just going to cover this piece up with a piece of tape, so I don't have to worry about covering this because you aren't going to see this. This you are going to see. So the front part of it, though, I am just going to take a piece of my tape here, and I am going to cover the back side, okay? Because, again, you are not going to see it. So I'm going to flip this over, and I'm going to go ahead and cover this up. Because, again, you are not going to see it. Hi, Britt. How are you, beautiful? And I'm going to go ahead and cut this off. Cut this off. Because, again, we are not going to see it. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to cover this part. I'm doing absolutely fabulous. Okay, so I need a piece of paper that is going to cover the bottom part of our fold. Okay, so this part and this part. So I need to measure how wide of a piece that I need, okay? You can go as high as you want, and you can layer it however it is that you so choose. Mine measures about 3.5 inches. So I'm gonna find a piece of paper that I can cut that'll be 3.5 inches, okay? So let me see what I got here. Let's go with this one. Okay, I'm going to choose this one. So I need 3.5 inches height to cover that up. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make it 5 inches so that I can make a so I can make a tear in it. So I'm going to do 5 inches. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this here. I am going to go to my folder, and I'm going to make a crease down the 5 inches. Okay. Oops, wrong way. Hold, please. 5 inches. I need to go in that corner. Okay. So 5 inches. Make my crease across. So there's my crease at 5 inches. And so I have a ruler. Where is it? There we go. I have a ruler. Get my 5 inches that I can do a decorative edge with. And I am going to go across that way. Okay. So there is my piece that I am going to glue down, and it's going to cover my back part. Now I need to find the crease here. So I'm going to shove this into that little pocket so that I'm against here, but I need to measure where my crease is here so I can add a crease to this page so that they're folding up together. Okay, so I'm going to measure mine. Mine is 1.25 inches. So I'm going to crease mine 1.25 inches up from this outside edge. Thank you for the goats. 1.25 inches. So let me grab my thing again. I'm going to put that in my thing here, 1.25 inches. And I'm going to add my crease. Okay. And again, everybody's is going to be different based off of how wide your thing was, your book. Okay, so there is that. So there is my U. Okay, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to glue this short piece first. Okay, I'm going to glue the short piece first to the bottom of my U before I glue anything else. I'm going to glue this down. Okay. I'm going to put it here, get it into that crease so it's even and straight across. Make sure I'm even on both sides. And I am going to use my bone folder. Yes, Mama, we still going. Make sure I got a good connection. This is nothing. Thank you for the heart me. We've gone at what, 10 or 11 hours on a workshop before. Okay, so there is my creases folded down. Okay, I have not attached it to here yet, but there I can look and see, okay, I am good. So this also acts as a reinforcement. By doing this, by doubling up our paper, it acts as a reinforcement for our shelf. Okay, so once we glue the shelf paper down, I'm going to go ahead and glue this paper here. But before I do, I want to go ahead and grunge up my edge a little bit. So I'm going to do that now. Bacteria book felt like 48. I know it did. I know it did. But it was worth it though, wasn't it, Hollywood? It was worth it. I thought the book came out beautiful. I was in love. And same thing with the Witchy Cottage core that we did last month. That one took, I think, 11 hours, 10 or 11 hours, but it came out so beautiful. What measurements did you do for that piece? I did 5 inches for mine. 5 inches from the bottom of my sheet to the top of my sheet. It was 5 inches because I wanted mine a little bit higher on the back of my book. I'm still not even done. I bought actual BC books and ad pages. Oh, that's awesome. Stay strong. Yes, indeed. Yes, Mama, we will stay strong. We all got this. We all got this. But like I said, I wanted mine a little higher up on the back of my page, and it doesn't matter. You could do 5 inches, you could do 6 inches, whatever you feel comfortable with. I wouldn't go lower than 3 inches, only because you want that extra support, if that makes sense. So it's like building a piece of furniture. You wouldn't build a piece of furniture with just 2 toothpicks. You're going to use 4 or 6 toothpicks. So we kind of want to do the same thing. We want to make sure that we have that extra strength in there, okay? Okay, so now that I zhuzhed my piece up, now I can glue it to the back of this. So I'm going to go ahead and add my glue. And before I push it down to glue it down, I am going to make sure that my L is flat and in the L that it needs to be in before my glue dries. Because if I don't have it sitting at that perfect L, guess what? It's not going to be straight. It's not going to be strong. So now that I added the glue, I am going to bend my paper and my L all at the same time. Okay? And I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my L is straight. I'm going to go ahead and glue my paper down. And I'm going to push it down into that crease. So I'm going to push it down. I'm going to take my bone folder and I'm going to push that down, make sure I'm in that crease and I am flat against that bottom piece. Okay? And then I go ahead and smooth this out, get all that excess glue out. Because we do not want that puppy moving. Get all that excess glue off. Okay, so do you see how my thing now, I have a perfect L. I don't even have to touch it. And it's staying put. Thank you for the hand hearts. That was so sweet. Thank you, Brett. I appreciate you. But do you see how I have that? It is like I said, it's like building a piece of furniture. Okay, so I do have a little excess paper on this side. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to trim that off. I'm going to trim that off now. And then I can zhuzh that up. Beautiful. Okay. But there is mine. Yay! One side down. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Is everybody okay? Check your charge on your phone, lovely ladies. Oh, yes. Thank you, Miss Jade. Miss Jade says, make sure you guys are checking the charge on your phone, y'all. Make sure you guys are checking your phone charge. Beautiful. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Hollywood. Okay, everybody good? Woo woo! We are doing phenomenal. You guys are doing great. In all seriousness, you guys are doing great. You should be proud of yourselves. You really should. You guys are doing fabulous. Okay. All right, y'all. So that piece of ribbon that we cut off, we are going to go ahead and we are going to glue down on the top in the middle. Let's see, where it's centimeters. This is inches. We are going to need about 2.5 inches of this glued down up here. Okay, so I'm going to take my fingernail. I'm going to put this down. And I'm going to come pull this up to make sure we are in the middle. In the middle. Beautiful. So I'm going to hold this down. I'm going to pinch it. I'm going to flip this over. And then I'm going to glue the back side of this 2.5 inches. And I'm going to glue this down. Okay. There we go. Glue that down. Okay. Beautiful. So I'm going to take a piece of this and I am going to cut this across so that I am just covering that 2.5 inches. Are we making a shelf for a journal to slide in? Yes, ma'am. That's what we did. That's what we did. Yes, ma'am, down here. So I want to cut this so that I am just covering up that piece of fabric. And this is only to reinforce this. So if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. I want to. So, but I know I need to cut off 1/8 off of the side. 1/8 of an inch off the side. Because I missed where you cut the ribbon. Oh, right at the top. So the top of your paper is where we cut it off down here. And then before we glued this down, Miss Amber. If you missed that part, just go ahead and cut it off here. Wherever you cut it off, wherever you put the paper. Cut it off, and then we're going to glue that to the top so that the book will wrap around and tie up here. We cut it off right before I glued this piece down. If you missed that part, it's not a big deal. You can cut it now. Okay, let me cut off my 1/8 of an inch here before I forget. Yay! There we go. Okay. So I want to use right here. So I just want to barely cover that up. I just want to barely cover that up. So I'm going to go ahead and cut my paper. Where's my little dent? There's my dent. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh this up. Just got back from getting my sleeve started. Yay! How did it turn out? I'm going to zhuzh my edge. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait. Okay, so I'm going to flip my book upside down so that I'm working towards me. And then I am going to go ahead and cover that up with my other piece of paper, okay? And to make sure that I got my ribbon, I'm going to go ahead and glue my ribbon. And then lay my paper down on top. There we go. What's going on, Pam Bam? Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rub this. Make sure I got a good connection. Welcome in, welcome in. Yay, there we go. Woo woo. Okay, that is done. Done. So, if you grab your notebook, we are doing the Vintage Detective. Grab your notebook, slide her in there. Get your strings. We're going to tie her off. And there you go. There you go. And when she is completely finished, we will go ahead and you can add in your, before you tie it, you can add your magnifying glass, and you can tie your magnifying glass in there. Just like that. So you have, this will be the back of your book. Hold on, y'all. Ugh. Lord have mercy. Okay. So you have your little pocket for your notebooks. And your little magnifying glass. Magnifying glass is a little heavy. But that's where we're going. All right, so that's where we're going with it. Okay, so I'm gonna take this off, untie this. There we go. There's our magnifying glass. I got paint all over it. Okay. Take out your journals. But there you go. All right. Voila! Okay, ladies. We're going to go ahead and tie this up so that the string stays out of our way. Okay. Tie that up. Beautiful. Okay, now we are going to work on the front. Okay. We have all this material. Okay. We have all this material. And so what we are going to do is, give me 1 second. Let me move some shit out of the way. There we go. Beautiful. Let me move that out of the way. Let me move the ruler out of the way and my scissors. Okay. Excuse me. Whew. You guys ready? Okay. So we have the front cover of our book. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to take this material, okay, everything that's left, we're going to fold it over and we're going to double it. We're going to double it to the back. Okay. No, we're going to double it to the middle. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to double this to the middle. So what we're going to do is, guys, we're going to take a line of glue. Okay. So all of this material that's left, the material that's left is about 13 inches. Does everybody have about 13 inches of material left on this strip? It should be about 13 inches. Is that what everybody has? 13 inches of material? Give me a thumbs up if that's what you have. About 13 inches. Yes, Miss Helene. Yes, Connie. Yes, Jade. There should be about 13 inches from side to the beginning, to the edge of the book. There should be about 13 inches, give or take just a smidge. It should be pretty spot on. Okay, Miss Sharman, yes. Miss Kim D, yes. Beautiful. Okay, guys, what we're going to do so that we're all on the same page, we're going to take our glue, okay? We are going to take our glue. We're going to run one small bead of glue from the top all the way to the bottom, okay? We're going to take and glue just that one side, just from the top to the bottom, just a small bead of glue, because we're going to be folding it over. Oops. Let me turn. We're going to fold this over on top of itself. And we are going to get that, set that on that glue. Okay. There we go. Just like that. That's all you need to do is just that. Everybody good? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Everybody good, everybody good. We're only gluing just this edge, nothing else. So we folded it over on top of itself. We put just a bead of glue down along the edge of our book, of our back cover, okay, we just put a very small thin thing of glue down the edge and we folded it over on top of itself. That's all we did. Everybody good? Ugh. Everybody's good. TM in the house. How you doing, beautiful? Miss OG. All right, beautiful. Okay, so y'all, remember when we ripped the file folder in half? So that piece of file folder that we did not do anything with, we are going to need that piece of file folder. So the front or the back cover, whichever you decided to use, we need that piece of file folder. So everybody grab that one half. We ripped it in half because we were using some of it to add layers, but we need that other half of the file folder. Whoop, whoop. Where did I put my sheets? What did I do with my sheets? For the love of baby Jesus, where did I put my papers? I thought that I just had them here. Beautiful, beautiful. Why is it that when I organize, y'all, oh, there they are. I can't find anything. That makes no damn sense. Okay, y'all. We need our talls and skinnies. Everybody grab your tall and skinnies and your half thing of the file folder, okay? We're gonna need those both. Carmelita! Hi, beautiful! Hello, hello. So your tall and skinnies and your half piece of file folder. Everybody good? Okay, you're gonna need your scoreboard. Okay, so we are at we're gonna cut this down to 8 inches, y'all. So oops, we are gonna cut this down to, well, is it 8 inches? Hold on. Hold, please. We're at 4 1/4 each. Okay, I lied. We're gonna cut this to 9 inches. This we're gonna cut to 9 inches. Okay. So let me grab my cutter. I'm going to put this at 9 inches. And I'm going to cut this straight across. Okay. So this is 9 inches. And then we're going to cut at 11 inches. So 9 inches by 11 inches for the file folder. Okay, so this is 9 inches across by 11 inches down. We are going to score it at 4.5. Where's my score? What do I do with my bone folder? I just had it. What do I do with my bone folder? Oh, there it is. Okay, so again, our file folder, 9 inches by 11 inches. We're going to score this at 4.5. Score all the way down. Okay. We're going to go ahead and fold that over. So this will fit our signature for the tall and skinnies, okay? Excuse me, for the love of baby Jesus. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to sew this into our file folder cover, okay? So grab your awl, and we're just going to do a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch, okay? So we're going to take our awl somewhere in the middle, doesn't matter. We're going to go ahead, put a hole through the middle. I have multiple awls, so I'm going to use them. But I have another awl, and I'm going to, again, put it somewhere near the top, bend over the papers, push it through so that it comes out. Again, the awl, I'm going to put it somewhere here. I'm not measuring, y'all. We are just winging it, okay? There is no perfect rhyme or reason, but it's just a 3-hole pamphlet stitch. I'm going to bend the papers over, push it through, and you can see all of my awls are sticking out. Hold on. Might be better if I had a background. Hold, please. There you go. It's just a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch. That is it. Just a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch. So now that I have all 3 of these, I'm going to take my waxed thread and I am going to count 3. 1, 2, 3 times the length of my actual journal. Okay. I always like to make sure that I have enough. And then I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to thread my needle. I'm going to start in the center. I'm going to remove my awl, and I'm going to go in through the center, out the back, pull it through. I'm going to leave a tail here, okay? I'm going to go to the top awl. I'm going to remove it, go in through the hole at the top, come out the center, pull it through without pulling it too hard so it doesn't move my tail. I'm going to go into the bottom. I'm going to remove the other awl. I'm going to go from this top stitch all the way down here to the bottom, and I'm going to go into the bottom, out the back, pull it tight without moving this tail. I'm going to go in through the center, so that I come out the middle. Okay, that is just a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch, nothing fancy. So I'm going to take my needle, go on the other side so that I have a tail. Hold on. Let me zoom in. There's my stitch. I want a tail on each side of my thread so that I can pull these in the opposite directions. And did you see how that tightened up? Again, pull it in the opposite directions, and that tightened up. So it's not quite as tight as a guitar string, but pretty close. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tie this off twice. I'm going to tie it twice. One, pull it nice and tight. See that wax? How the wax bubbled up off the thread? So I got it nice and tight. I'm going to do that one more time. Another tight stitch. Pull it nice and tight. See the wax ball up on that ball, on that knot? Okay, now I can go ahead and trim my strings. There you go. 3-hole pamphlet stitch. Nothing fancy, just a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch. Now what I'm going to do is, let me remove my mat and use my, for the love of baby Jesus, bone folder. And I'm going to press down and crease it. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and we are going to decorate this a little bit. Okay. All right. So go to your ephemera. Ephemera. Excuse me. Let's do okay, let's see. Let's do move these papers to the side. Okay, let's do a paper. Hold on. I'm going to take this paper out of our whole sheets that has nothing on the back, and I'm going to use a piece of this. I am going to, let's see, I'm going to cut this at 3 inches. 3 inches. Okay. 3 inches. And I am going to, where is my, hold on, y'all. I'm losing stuff left and right, even though it's right here in front of my face. Okay, corner punch. I'm going to use my corner punch, and I'm going to round out these edges. Into this. You fold this over. Three inches, 3-inch width. The full sheet of the paper, I used a full sheet of paper, 8.5 or 11 inches tall, and I cut off 3 inches, and I just rounded these. You don't have to round them. And what I'm going to do, excuse me, Lord have mercy. I want to find a pocket. I'm going to go with this pocket. Okay, I'm going to cut this pocket out. Okay, let me get rid of my trash, because we don't throw it on the floor no more. I'm going to go ahead and fold this over. So create my creases. Okay, I'm going to fold this over, fold that flap over, and fold that flap over. Okay, I'm going to zhuzh up my edge. Make sure I'm facing right side up. I'm going to go ahead and glue down my tabs. And I'm going to place this not quite in the middle, more towards the upper side. Okay, I'm going to take this piece that I just folded over. This piece is, again, you don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. You can decorate your book cover as whatever you please. It is 2 3/8. Let me see. I hate doing measurements. 2 3/4 inch. Sorry, 2 3/4 inch. 2 3/4 inch tall by 3 inches wide. I'm going to cut this off back here so it's more like a flap. And I'll show you what I mean. And again, it doesn't have to be straight, but I am going to use this as a flap. So I am going to go ahead and tuck this into my pocket so that I have a flap. And I am just going to glue this back side. And stick that in there. Come on, get in there. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna zhuzh that up. Why did that come off? My glue, come on. Apparently I didn't glue it enough. There we go. There we go. Okay, so then I'm gonna go ahead and zhuzh up this. Okay, I'm going to get a picture and I'm going to do this lady right here. And I am going to zhuzh this up. Then I'm going to take my paper clip, one of the paper clips that was included, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to paper clip that there, just like that. Okay, then I'm going to take a piece of craft paper that I squished up earlier. Let me move this. Let me put this down here. I'm gonna layer, boo. I'm gonna layer. And I'm just gonna lay that on top of the flap. Then I put this back down. There you go. Okay. Pretty. Beautiful, beautiful. And then I'm going to take this piece and I'm going to trim that up. I'm going to zhuzh this up. Okay. I'm going to glue just the top and just the bottom. Create like a belly band. Put this here. I'm back, had to go get blender out. Pina colada. Heck yeah, girl. Pina colada. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Okay, so there's that. And then let's see. We have, that's too big. Let's find us a tag. Oh, we have one of these. We can do a little coin purse. If I could, I know, right? Girl, I hear that. I'm gonna go ahead and do the little coin purse. Throw that away. I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. Welcome back, Miss Charmin. Okay. Whoop, whoop. Okay, here we go. So the little coin purse gets folded over. And then the top gets folded over. So then it creates a little pocket. So what we need to do is we need to glue down the sides. So I'm going to fold everything. There we go. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little line of glue. I need the other glue. A little line of glue across the side. Come on. What in baby Jesus? Let me get a needle. By golly. There we go. Okay. So a little bit of glue down the side. Come on, glue. What in baby Jesus? Okay. What is going on, TMCJ? How are you doing, my love? I don't know why my glue always gets clogged right there. I put the cover on it, so you wouldn't think that it would constantly get stuck or yucky. Okay, let's try try this again. Yes, the detective journal today. All right, so now, Jesus, now it went out too fast. Let me wipe some of that off. For the love of baby Jesus. Okay, there we go. All right. Do a little zhuzh. Another little zhuzh. Other side, do a little zhuzh. Beautiful. Add that in there. We need a little piece of material here. Let's do another batch and another photo. Let's do one of the small ones. Use a small one. I cooked and cleaned and now crafting. Good for you. Okay, a little zhuzh. There we go. Little photo there, little coin purse there. I can take, whoa. Take a little piece of muslin. Put this here. Okay. Take the raggedy piece, put that there. Okay. Let's see, we got the magnifying glass. Zhuzh. Did you glue the coin thing down? Nope, I slid it into the belly band. I made this a belly band. So I could just slide it right in there. Okay, where's my lid? Here it is. I just slid it right in. Well, that didn't work. Oh, did y'all see that? That definitely did not work. Oh, by Jeebas. I'm almost done, y'all. We'll move on. Did you see that? It so did not work the way I'd anticipated. I was like, oh, let's give it a little texture. Not even close. Not even close. Let's try this one more time. Let's try this one more time. That's a bigger piece. That works. All right. There we go. Okay, so there's that. The smaller pieces get you every time. I know, girl. I know. It's like you try to be all crafty. It doesn't work. They have a complete mind of their own. Okay, so there is that. Okay, so let me move this ephemera out of the way, y'all. Let me move all this ephemera out of the way. Move these scrappies out of the way. Okay, we need our book. All right, move my ruler out of the way. Okay. All right, y'all. Y'all ready? Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so we have our piece here. We have this piece here. So the idea is this is going to be our book spine, okay? So when you fold this over, you want to make sure that there is a gap for your journal. And this is going to be our book spine, okay? So when we fold this over, we want to make sure that there is enough material here and this, so that when this sits on top of here, it's even. So you want to make sure that you're over far enough. Can you guys see that or no? Hold on. Let me go to an angle maybe. Zoom in. Whoops. Hold on. So I want a space here. Okay. So that when I open or when I close this, right? So that when I close this, that is resting right on, hold on, Jesus, I zoomed in too far. So that I'm resting right on the outside edge of that. Does that make sense? So I'm going to be gluing this to this. So when I do that, I want to make sure that there's enough space between this and this so that when you're opening and closing, that it isn't binding, it isn't getting folded up here. So to know that that's not happening, let's call it we're just going to say a 1/2 inch. Okay, Miss Polly, thank you. So let's just call it a 1/2 inch. So there'll be a 1/2 inch between the edge of your book here and the edge of this paper here. So at least a 1/2 inch. And then a 1/2 inch here, and then a 1/2 inch down here. Okay. So I am going to flip this over, and I'm going to go ahead and glue this part. Glue, 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 glue. Oh shit, I just used the wrong glue. Okay, well, that's okay. Glue is glue. It's okay. I will get it. Okay, so I have a 1/2 inch there, a 1/2 inch there, and a 1/2 inch there. So there's my spine. Okay. I gotta give it a second because you know, guys know that that glue doesn't take, it takes forever to dry with fabric. All right, so now what we need is our cover. So this is our cover. So it has the flip out and then it has the chipboard. So we're gonna fold this over so that we have the back side of that chipboard. Okay. And then we're gonna take, I'm going to have to watch the replay and try it out. You're so, aw, well, thanks. I appreciate it, Miss Carlene. That's okay. So I'm going to take this fabric and I am, again, you're going to leave a 1/2 inch. So from the edge of your notebook to this notebook, we are going to glue down it's hard, hold on. A 1/2 inch of material. Okay, so a 1/2 inch of material, okay, is going to be glued down to the front cover, the back side of the front cover. Okay, so we need to make sure that we are even Steven here so that everything is top to bottom. Everything is top to bottom. And we're going to glue a 1/2 inch of fabric here all the way down. Okay, so let me grab my fabric. And I am going to go ahead and eyeball a 1/2 inch. Eyeball a 1/2 inch. And then what I could do is go back to make sure. Take my ruler. Got a 1/2 inch. Yes, indeed. Okay, so I got a 1/2 inch glue from the edge of the fabric in, and then I'm going to fold it over onto the cover. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip everything over. Hold on, y'all. We're going for a ride. I'm going to make sure that I am, again, 1/2 inch, top and bottom. That's a little bit more than a 1/2 inch, so let me move it in. There we go. I am just measuring to make sure I got 1 inch. And even up here. Okay, 1 inch. There we go. Okay, push that down. Okay, so now that we got that, we're gonna flip this over, back over, and now we are going to take our, we're gonna pick an inside cover, let's see, what are we going to use? Here's our papers. Okay, I want to use, I think I want to use this one. Okay, so 1 inch is how much fabric we glued down, okay, onto the back, inside of the back cover. Now we're going to take our one sheet of 8.5 by 11, and we are now going to glue that to the back of this, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Glue, glue, glue. And again, on top of that fabric till you get to the edge of that chipboard. Trust the process, y'all. Trust the process. Oops. Okay, what are you confused about, Miss Kim? So we glued down that piece of fabric, right? 1 inch of it went onto the back cover or the front cover. So we glued just like there. You see how they sandwiched together? So 1 inch of that fabric got glued to the back of the front cover. And now we just put an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper over top of that, covering that 1 inch of fabric that we glued down. So we are reinforcing that fabric by putting down a piece of paper on top of it. Is that where it got confusing? No, you're fine, honey. You are absolutely fine. And please, I don't mind people asking questions, because sometimes my brain, it doesn't come out my mouth the same way I'm thinking, I think, and then it doesn't come out my mouth the same way. So I apologize. I try to be very, very cautious with that, but sometimes it doesn't work. So I'm sorry. But yes, we're gluing that paper on top of that fabric we just glued down from the spine itself. And then we glued our book, this as our spine, this, the tall skinnies. So if you look at it this way, that is our, yes, absolutely. Okay, so we had, once we glued our tall and skinny down to the fabric, there was about 2 3/4 inches of fabric left. We needed a whole inch of fabric to glue down to the back of the front cover. So we have 1 inch at the top and 1 inch at the bottom that we actually glued to the back of the front cover. So then we took a piece of paper, the 8.5 by 11, and we glued, once that was glued down, that fabric was glued down, we glued a piece of paper on top of that fabric so that it made it more stable, so that we know that it's not going to go anywhere. It's not just fabric glued to the back of chipboard. It's sandwiched between a piece of paper and the chipboard. Can you start this journal over? I've messed up to this point. Miss Memes. Miss Memes. I love you. Miss Mimi. Are you trying to make me drink? But does that make sense, Miss Helene? So we needed 1 inch of that fabric to glue down to the back of the chipboard of the front cover, the big piece, because we have our small piece, right? And then we have our big piece, and it was the back of that we actually glued to, because there was nothing on the back of it. I would, because I love you. Oh, you're not joking, girl. You're not joking. But does that make sense, Miss Helene? Or do you want me to take it? Because I can take it off and show you again. Oh, you're too funny. No, you are absolutely fine, Miss Mimi. You are absolutely fine. I just want to make sure I'm not leaving anybody behind. Miss Helene, if you need it, just let me know if you need anything else or if you want me to do it over so that you can so that it's understandable. Because sometimes I don't communicate as well as I probably should. Or sometimes I just do it and then I don't say it until after the fact. Y'all know. Y'all know. Shit happens. It doesn't always come out my mouth right. That's why we call them F-ups. But I don't want you guys to F up. But is everybody good up until this point? Everybody else good? I sent you a message. No worries. No worries. Miss Holly, I'm filtered. Okay, tag somebody in your comment. Because I'm not seeing it either. And you're a mod. You should be able to unfilter yourself. But I didn't see anything at all. Hi, Miss Holly. I apologize. Miss Helene, TikTok is being something terrible. Thank you for the heart me, Miss Holly. Thank you. I'm doing absolutely fabulous. We are working on the Vintage Detective. Can you ask if I can see front of book? Absolutely. Okay, let me zoom out here. Okay. This is the front of the book. So this is the little flap we did, right? There's the flap. There's, hold on, zoom. Why is it not zooming? Hold on. For the love of baby Jesus. So there's the cover. And remember, we also have this. We have this piece, which just fits in here. And that gets layered. So there's actually 3 pieces to the front. Okay. And then this... Stay on my beat, I know. And then this opens, and this is the inside of that front cover. And then our tall and skinny, that is actually the spine of our lap book. The tall and skinny is actually the spine of our lap book. And then this is where our journals will go. The notebooks. Okay? And then that is our back, or my back, I should say. And then there is the spine. But there is the front. What do I glue the cover to? Okay, so you have the first flap that was already attached to this cover. Okay, so this, sorry, glue boogie. This cover, this part was already glued to this part. So our spine is what's getting glued to the back of the front cover. Okay, because this is not our front cover. This is actually our front cover. So the little flappy flap is just that. It's just a little flap fold out. But this is our front cover. So that the spine actually gets glued to the back of that front cover. 1 inch of that fabric gets glued down to the back of the front cover because there was no paper on it. And then I covered it. Once that was glued down, I covered it then with a piece of 8.5 by 11. but you need 1 inch of fabric here from the edge of the chipboard onto the chipboard. You need 1 inch of that width of that fabric and glue that down. That is all you need to glue down, is just 1 inch of that. So there was a total of, between the edge of your tall and skinny, there was 1.5 inches, right? Yes, 1.5 inches of fabric. So there's a 1/2 inch gap between the chipboard and your tall and skinny. Does that make sense, Miss Helene? Or am I still confusing the hell out of you? 911. I'm doing great. How are you? Yes, I think it's okay if, again, if you need me to back up a step, I can. I don't have a problem doing that. I can take this paper off and I can show you. If that's what you need me to do, I can do that. A quick drive-by from work. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. But I can back up 1 step if you'd like. No worries, Miss Amber. Yes, no, don't be sorry. Okay, so let me peel this back. Oops. Hold, please. Okay. Okay. This is our front cover. So this is our little flip out. Okay. This is our front cover right here. On the back of that front cover, there was no paper. It was just the masking tape and some fabric from this cover. Okay. No, don't be sorry. Amber, please don't be sorry. Listen, shit happens. It's okay. I rather that you not be lost and understand where I'm going, okay? So believe me, it is not that big of a deal to me. I have plenty of paper, or I can reprint that one paper. It is not the end of the world, I promise you. Believe me, I've done worse. So it is not a problem. Okay, so again, we have on this... Just ignore the paper. Okay. So now we have this. This is our spine. This whole thing is our spine. All of this fabric. Okay. We have this journal is glued down to our fabric. There is how much here? Hold on. There is 1.5 inches of fabric. I love you too, girlfriend. But there's 1.5 inches of fabric that is sticking out from our spine. Okay. We are going to take this 1.5 inches. We only need 1 inch of it and glue it to the back of this. So what I'm going to do is, okay, does that make sense? Are you guys with me? No, you don't have to do 200 taps or a heart me. If you want to do a heart me, you're more than welcome to, but you don't even have to tap. Not on this account. Okay, so I need to put glue down on the front cover, the back of the front cover. I need to put glue down. So I'm going to go ahead. I know that my fabric has to be on here at least an inch wide. So I'm going to glue about an inch all the way down. Okay. So my glue strip is about an inch wide all the way down. Are you, Amber, are you good? Miss Helene, are you good? Are you good? Okay, so again, this is the back of our front cover. We have our fabric from our spine. We're going to take this fabric, we're going to lay it over top of our front cover, and we're going to press it down. We got to make sure we got a whole inch on there, okay? And press it down. Okay, are you guys good? So we just slid it over and laid it down on top of our back of our front cover. So there should be about an inch of fabric overlaying this back cover, and then we are going to take our 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. We're going to glue that down over top of that so that it reinforces this seam right here where we covered the pieces of fabric together. Are you guys both good? Does that make sense, Miss Amber? Okay. Miss Helene is good. Miss Amber, you just let me know if you're good. Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now what we're going to do, now that we glued our piece of fabric on the back of our front cover, now we can take an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and glue that down right over top. So making sure that our top and bottom line up and this edge. So that way there you're on the edge of the chipboard here. So what I'm going to do, because I did tear this off, I'm just going to use a short piece here and glue that down. So it's not a big deal. Okay, so I am going to do, let's see. We will do, nope, that's too close to the same thing. We'll do this, okay? So let me tear this. There we go. Okay, so pretend this is an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. I'm going to go ahead and glue the back of the sheet of paper. Okay. And then I am going to cover that up. There we go. Done. And again, I'm right to the edge of my chipboard. I can feel it with my finger. And also, you're covering up that fabric. Okay. Yes, it's a very cool ruler. These are actually Michaels, I believe. Yes, Michaels. Okay. So that is our inside cover. Okay. Okay, so let me grab, I'm going to run to the restroom, y'all, really quickly. I do have to pee. Will you guys Can you guys be okay for just a hot minute? I'm going to run to the restroom. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Woo! How the journal's coming along. Thumbs up or thumbs down? What's going on, lady? Okay, so everybody good? Everybody's caught up? Craft, welcome back. A bit iffy for a bit, but doing well now, I think. Okay, perfect. Thumbs up. Yay! Beautiful. All right. Everybody's good. Woo woo. Okay, let me grab my journals. Okay. All right, so let me zoom you guys out. Okay, I am going to untie this. I'm going to take my journals. I'm going to slide them into their pocket. Okay. I'm going to tie this shut. Okay. I know I got my mesh in there. There we go. Okay, there's that. All right. There's our spine. So there's our book. And there's the rest of our, this gap here is the rest that we're going to fill up. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to grab, hold on. We're going to grab that other piece of fabric, y'all. Okay. We're going to set this to the side. We're going to set this to the side. We're going to grab our other piece of fabric, and it should be about 9.5 inches wide. 9.5 inches wide. It is ginormous. I told you it was a big lap book. So everybody should have 9.5 inch wide fabric. At least 9 inches. 7.5, that's okay. 7.5 is okay. Eight and a half. Mine is not. I tore mine wrong at some point. Okay, so how wide? There should be 2 pieces. Y'all, there should be 2 pieces. So you guys should have 2 pieces still left. One really long one and one short one. Which one is wider, the short one or the long one? It's not a big deal. I promise you guys. Okay, I have one at 7.5. Oh, I messed up earlier and tore it wrong. It's okay, Miss Amber. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. What is the widest piece of material that you have? Not length, but width. So even if you turn it this way, you would have, so you need, this is still 9 inches tall. Okay, you're fine. So how tall is it? It's 10 by what? You know, Kim, that's okay. Listen, it's not a big deal. That's why I ask. Measure how big of a square that you have, because we are going to need a piece for our binding for our other book. Remember I said this is 2 books in 1 book. So this is our second book. 10 by 17, perfect. That's what that is perfect, Amber. That's the sheet that you'll need. Anybody else? It doesn't have to be 17 inches long. You guys, whatever you would tell, you got to tell me what you have. 17 or 7.5 by 18. That is fine. Is it, you only have that one piece, Jade? Or do you have 2 pieces? Two pieces? Are they the same exact measurement? 10 by 13.5? Okay. Are both pieces 6 by 20? Okay, that's fine. Okay, your biggest piece, Jade. Let me scroll back up. Your biggest piece, which is 7.5 by 18. Okay, so what we're all going to do... No big deal. No big deal. Listen, y'all, we're just going to cut it down so that we all have the same length anyway, the same height and the same length. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Just get your widest piece. So like, for example, this piece here is 9.5 inches tall. Okay, we don't need a whole 9.5 inches tall. You want to know why? Because our signatures are not 9.5 inches tall. Let me grab. Our signatures are only 8.5 inches tall. So, because your piece is a little short, it is okay. We'll still be able to do it. So what we'll do is, instead of having a full 8.5 inches, we'll cut it down to 7 inches. Okay, we'll cut it down to 7 inches tall. It'll still work out, I promise you. And then everybody has so 13.5. So 13.5. Okay, which is perfect. So we're all going to cut our material, hear me out, 7 inches tall by, I think, 13, I think everybody's, okay, 13 is the smallest, 13.5 is the smallest. So we're going to go 7 inches high, okay, 7 inches high by 13 inches across. So what we're going to do first, we're going to cut our 7 inches first. So I am going to turn my fabric. I am going to put it down. I can see where 7 inches is. Okay. Let me zoom down here so you guys can see. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so I have it laying down. I'm going to go to my 7-inch mark. Okay, Again, this is the shortest side of my fabric. My longest side runs this way. My shortest side is this way. So I want to go to 7 inches. Okay. I'm going to make a little cut at 7 inches, just like that. I'm going to cut that little cut at 7 inches. And then I'm going to rip it all the way across, because it is going to be then a straight line. It's going to go with a straight line. Okay. So now, but won't that be too short? No, you'll see. We'll be fine. I promise you, we'll be fine. Okay, so we are now at 7 inches across here. And then we want to turn it back. Okay. And let me fix this. Okay, so here's 7 inches, 7 inches up and down. And then what we'll do is we are going to take this and we are going to go, let's do 9 inches. 9 inches. Okay. We're going to cut the 9-inch mark. And again, we're going to rip that so it's straight across. Okay. So now we should have a piece of fabric that is 7 inches by 9 inches. Okay. 7 inches by 9 inches. Everybody good? Everybody should have a piece of fabric 7 inches by 9 inches. It'll still work. It'll still work. Okay, beautiful. All right, so what we're going to do is, okay, be patient with me. This is a very easy fix. So because not everybody had the same measurements of material, it's okay. And here is why. We are going to pick another cover and another back. Listen, y'all, I've had to learn because I have effed up so many times. I have had to compromise on the whim, and there's nothing wrong with that. So you're going to pick 2 pieces of paper. 2 pieces of paper. I'm going to do the map, and I am going to do the leather. Okay, everybody got 2 pieces of paper. We are going to use these as our cover and our back, and I'm going to show you how. Okay, I'm going to show you how to fix F-ups. Because like I said, I F up all the time, and I need to be able to do stuff on the whim sometimes. Especially when I miscalculate. Sorry, y'all. I gotta get comfortable. Okay. Everybody on the same page? We all got 2 sheets of paper? Hi, Michelle. And again, these are papers that have nothing printed on the back of them. It's going great. Okay. So for our 2 pieces of paper, to make sure that we have enough material, this material is going to get folded in half. Okay. Lengthwise. Okay. We are going to take 1 piece of paper. We're going to fold it over in half on top of itself. Okay. The other piece, the same thing. We're going to fold it over on top of itself. Okay. So, we have our fabric in the middle, folded over on top of itself. We have 2 8.5 by 11s folded over on top of itself. Short sides together. Okay. So, we already know this is only a 2 signature book. All right. So, what we need to do is we know that we have the height, okay, for both the cover and the spine and the back cover. So what we're going to do is we are going to take our signatures, right? We already know that it's only 2. And we are going to put them in the middle and see, because I don't know if you guys added paper to yours or not. Okay. I can see where my signatures lay. Okay. I will add ephemera to it, so I want to add a little space. So right now there is 1, 2, 3 1/4 fabric, 3 1/4 inches of fabric. Okay. So I want to take this front cover. I want to open it up, slide it underneath. Okay. Slide it underneath so that I can glue this down. And I want to glue at least a 1/2 inch, y'all. At least a 1/2 inch. Bottom and top. Does that make sense? So I'm putting the fabric in between the front cover. Okay, by a 1/2 inch. Is that making sense? Is everybody on the same page? So the fabric is folded over in half. The papers are folded in half. We need at least a 1/2 inch between the front and back. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I am going to make sure that my paper is straight. Okay. I'm going to glue down. Glue the fabric down first. Okay, there's my 1/2 inch. And again, I'm going to do the top. And again, listen, I have effed up more times than you guys can imagine. And then I'm going to go ahead and glue this. And I'm going to fold the paper over on top of itself. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. I'm going to lay down my paper, make sure I'm straight. And what I'm actually going to do, you have been on all day. Hope you're taking some breaks. Absolutely. We've been taking potty breaks, water breaks, snack breaks. Yes, ma'am. We're going to actually do a full inch on this side. Okay. So a full inch and not a half inch. We're going to do a full inch. We're going to take our fabric, we're going to lay it down on that full inch. Okay. Now we're going to glue back on top, just like we did the other side. Glue the top of the fabric first to make sure that we got good contact, and then we're going to go ahead and glue the paper. Okay, and then we're going to fold it down on top of itself. Get rid of all the excess glue. And get my glue off by a table. Okay, Everybody good? Everybody's on the same page? Everybody okay? We're in the home stretch, y'all. We're in the home stretch. Let me know when you guys are ready to move on. Yay! No problem, Miss Killer Bee. Muslin. Unbleached muslin. You're welcome. Okay. Open it up. To our front cover. Ugh. Everybody good? Excuse me. Everybody's beautiful. Okay. I'm assuming everybody's good. We're ready to move on. Okay, so, okay, perfect. So we had our piece of chipboard that is the other half of this chipboard that we used earlier. Okay, this is 8.5 by 5.5. We're gonna need this piece of chipboard, y'all. Excuse me. Woo. Everybody good? Excuse me. Okay, the 8.5 by 11 sheet of, or I'm sorry, 8.5 by 5.5 chipboard is what we have left. Okay. We're going to do almost the same thing that we did on the other side. We are going to create a pocket. Thank you for the hand hearts. That was so sweet. We're going to create another pocket, but for this book. So it will sit in here in the front cover. Okay. So it will sit there in the front cover. Everybody good? Excuse me, dear baby Jesus. Okay, I'm just going to move on because it doesn't seem like anybody needs anything right at the moment. Okay, so our 8.5, or I'm sorry, 8.5 by 5.5. We're going to create another pocket for our journal here in the front cover. Okay, so we're going to set this to the side, and we need this 5.5 by 8.5 cardstock. We need our cutter. Okay. We're going to cut at 3 inches. Again, 8.5 inches long, 5.5 inches wide. We're going to cut at 3 inches. So we have a 3-inch piece, and then we have a 2.5-inch piece. The 2.5-inch piece will be our bottom. The 3-inch piece will be the front of our L. Okay? Does that make sense? Everybody on the same page? 2.5 inches is the bottom. 3 inches is the front. So we're going to take this, we're going to set this to the side. We need a sheet of paper. We are going to need a sheet, pick a sheet of 8.5 by 11 paper, y'all. Pick a sheet of 8.5 by 11. We're going to take that sheet. This is 8.5 by 11. We are going to take the 11. We're going to take 1.5 inches. Oops. Let me go the other way. This side. I like this side better. 1.5 inches strip. Okay. 1.5 inches strip. We're going to need 2 of them. 1.5 inches. 1.5 inches. Okay. Excuse me. And now we are going to create a crease at 3/4 inch. 3/4 inch. Create a crease. Okay, other sheet as well. 3/4 inch. Okay, so we have 1 is going to get folded print to print. 1 is going to get folded blank to blank. So 1 print is on the outside, the other one, the print is on the inside. Okay, everybody with me? Everybody. Whoop, 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 whoop. Everybody on the same page. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so our shortest piece, okay, we have one that's, again, wider than the other. We need the shortest piece. Okay, the shortest piece is going to be the bottom of our little book nook. Okay, so what we need to do is our paper that has the print to the outside. We are going to take this, we're going to measure it, we're going to stick it in that little crease, again, print side out. We're going to measure it, and we are going to cut off this edge. There's my scissors. Here we go. I'm going to cut off that edge so that it's the same length. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit that in there. I am going to put my glue down. And then I'm going to fold that flap over and glue that down. Okay. So that I have created an L. Okay. No, the smallest piece, the narrowest piece. There's here's the widest, it's the narrowest piece. We're going to be putting that on the smallest piece. You're welcome. And I see that I'm still a little bit long, so I'm going to go ahead and trim this off because we don't want it sticking beyond. Okay. So that's all glued down. Okay, so our biggest piece, the longest, the widest piece, we're going to run a very thin line of glue right on top of that chipboard. Okay, right on top of that top piece of chipboard, we're gonna run a piece of a thing of glue. We are going to sit this on top of that, right? We are going to put a string of glue here on this side on the white piece of paper. And we are going to be creating an L. But we want that chipboard sitting on top of itself, on top of the other piece of chipboard. Just like that, and we are going to glue down the other side. So your chipboard should be sitting, hold on, your chipboard should be sitting on top of your other piece of chipboard. So it's acting as a chair, so to speak, for your other piece of chipboard. Okay. So your tall piece should sit on top of your short piece. Then what you're going to do is this piece, okay, this piece, again, you're going to glue both sides. Okay, both sides, you're going to glue, and it's not going to be all the way because this is going to be too long, but you're going to glue both sides. and you're going to be taking that piece and you're going to be putting it right into that crease on top of the other two. Just like that. Making sure that you have a good connection top and bottom. But that is going to, can you see how nice and tight that is? Same thing on that side. That one piece of chipboard is sitting on top of the other piece of chipboard right there. And we just created a little bracket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead now. I can trim this off. Y'all, this is how I make furniture pieces. To reinforce all the pieces of chipboard. Okay, let me squish that down. Squish that down. Get rid of all the excess glue. Everything's good. Get rid of the excess glue. There we go. Everybody on the same page. Is everybody good? Yay! Good job, Miss Jade. Good job, good job. Everybody else good? Miss Helene, Miss Amber, everybody else good? Miss Charmin, Miss Kim D. Yay, Miss Kim D's good. Yay. This is awesome. This is awesome. I'm so excited. All right, hold on, y'all. I gotta check my messages really quickly. I want to see if my daughter made it home. Hold on, guys. Okay. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Nothing yet. It was other messages. Okay. So now we created our little bracket for our book, for our second book. Okay. And again, that second book will sit in here just like this. And our little bracket will hold it in there. So, this is, actually, I think it's a little wide because it's only 2 signatures. That's okay. We'll cut some off. We'll cut some of this off, the short piece, because I just realized it's only 2 signatures. Unless you guys want that extra depth to add more to it, you can leave it I'm not going to add any more to it. So I am going to cut mine. Because I'm not going to add a whole lot to this because I have already the 3 notebooks. So would you guys like to cut this down, or would you like to leave it? Because we can do either. You know what? We're just going to leave it, because that way there, if you want to add to the book later or add some ephemera, whatever, you can do that, and it's not going to be a big deal. So we'll just leave it at the thickness that it is. That would be our best bet. Just leave it. Leave well enough alone, Sabrina. Leave well enough alone. All right. Okay, so what we are going to do, let me make sure before we glue anything to the book. Hold on, y'all. I'll show you what I'm doing. Before I add anything else, I want to make sure that this and this, oops, hold please. There's that. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. That was perfect. That is perfect. Okay. So between the thickness of this and this, there is still some room in here, so that in between the two. Okay. So our journal will fit in here, and then these will fit inside. So there's more than enough room here for both. Okay. So we are good. We are going to leave it. We're going to leave well enough alone. That's originally what I had planned, but I wanted to change it, but I'm not. We're going to leave it. Okay. So we need to know our book. Put that in the center. Okay. So this would have to come up. Let me measure to make sure. Inches. So 1 whole inch. 1 whole inch is where from the bottom of our paper up, okay, is where we need to be sitting with our chipboard. So we are going to need 1 full inch, or I'm sorry, we're going to need paper to cover, to put on from this to the back of the chipboard, our short piece. So we're going to come up 1 inch. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark 1 inch from the bottom of my paper. I'm going to mark 1 inch on this paper. I need a pen. Here we go. I'm just going to make a small enough mark because I know that I'm going to cover it. 1 inch here. In the center. 1 inch here. And on the end, 1 inch here. So I have 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. Can you guys see that? No. It doesn't have to be the same height as the other one, because that we used a full-size book for. This side, it's not a full-size book. This side is not a full-size book. So, this is only half. So in order to center it, with the equal amount of space on the top as there is on the bottom. So we were only going to come up 1 inch. I promise you, you're not it's the width of the the width of the spine is fat enough to accommodate for both. So and I'll show you how to attach it. This is like how I build a piece of furniture when I'm making a piece of furniture out of chipboard. So I want to make sure that my book is centered here. Okay. And so I'm going to bring it up 1 inch from the bottom. Okay. So I am going to need, I'm going to take the same color that I used to create my creases here to support this, because this is pretty strong, y'all. This is pretty strong. This isn't anything flimsy. This is going to be strong, I promise. Okay. Again, this is how I make furniture when I made, hi Nosy Rosie, when I made the wardrobe, it's the same thing. Okay. All right. So I am going to cut this at 1.5 inches. I need 2 strips. 1. 2. Okay. Now I am going to crease this at 3/4 inch. Crease it down 3/4 inch. 3/4 and 3/4. Okay. Again. Oh, yay! Sarah's home! Yay! So again, one is going to be white against white. The other one is going to be print against print. Good, I'm glad you all made it home. Did the car give you a hard time, or was it perfectly fine? How did the car behave? Only in the rain. Oh. Oh, because of the headlight. I was waiting for you to text me. Traction, it wanted to slip. Oh, got you. Well, I'm glad that you made it home safely. I'm glad that you made it home safely. Give the baby hugs and kisses. But I'm glad that you guys are home. I'm glad that you made it safe. Yay! I'm excited. At least now I won't have to worry about y'all. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure our strips and we're going to cut them so they are the same length. We're going to cut both of them the same length. Okay. We are going to take the strip that has color. Okay. We're going to take the strip that has the color on the inside. We have our dots from where our one inch mark is. Okay, we are going to put glue on one edge. We're going to take that glued section and we're going to line up our dots from edge to edge. Oops, I'm sorry, from top to top. Sorry, top of the dots, top of the dots. Top of dots, top of dots. There we go. Top to top. So our dots should be at the top of our strip. Let me get my excess glue off here, y'all, before it dries. There we go. Okay, so there's our flap. Our dots are right here, and right here. So we are going to go ahead and glue that. That should be glued down. Okay, everybody good? Everybody on the same page? Do you put it under or over the dots? Under. So there's my dot there. There's my dot there. And then on the other side. So that fold is going to be right below those dots. Right below the dots. Here. See my dot right there? So it's right below. And then there's my other dot. So it's right below, and then my other dot is over here. There. So it's right below. So then my flap sticks up. Okay. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead. Is everybody good though? Everybody's good. Kim D, Amber, Helene, Charmin, everybody's good. Everybody's ready to go. Okay, Jade, perfect. Kim D, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have our tallest part of the chipboard. We have the shortest part of our chipboard. We need the shortest part of our chipboard facing this way towards us. So we are going to put glue down on this piece, this flap. So we're going to go ahead and glue that. We are going to take our chipboard, we're going to stand it up. We're going to slide it down. And then we're going to push our paper up and against our chipboard. Okay. Hi, Carmelita. All right, so let me flip my book around so you guys can see. Hold on. So there's my chipboard. All right, so the other piece that's like this, we're going to take this. Actually, it needs to be the other way. It needs to be like this. So color sides together. Color sides together. And then we're going to glue both sides of this, and then we're going to fit it down inside there. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do both sides. I'm going to lift this up. And I'm going to shove that down inside there. Let me turn my book. Hold on, y'all. Move this out of the way. I'm going to make sure that I am in that crease. There we go. Okay, so there's my pocket. I want to make sure that I got a good connection, and that I also want to make sure that my paper is pushed into that crease. So if you have to, use a bone folder, and again, press into that crease so that you have a good connection all the way across. Otherwise, it's not going to be, see how it stands up by itself? I don't have to do anything. It's standing up by itself. That's how you want that joint. Okay, everything should be nice and tight. Okay. Okay. Everybody good? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of masking tape. Oops. A piece of masking tape. I'm going to go ahead and wrap. Sorry, y'all. I'm going to wrap around my edges. Um, okay, so I wrapped it around the edges. Let me show you. So there's my, everything is wrapped. Okay. Okay. Boom, ba-da, boom, boom. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and put a hole in my chipboard here. Where's my tool? Ugh. Oh wait, we have two, right? Yes, we have, wait, no, that's one big long one. Okay, so I'm gonna do two actually. All right, so I'm gonna do two holes, one in each corner, because I forgot we have a whole, that whole string. Okay. So I have two holes I put in the corners. Okay. And I'm going to take my string. I'm going to cut it in half. I'm going to cut it in half. I'm going to take one through that end. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. Oops. I apologize. Hold on, y'all. Equal measurements. This way, this way. This way. There you go. That way. Take my string. Equal measurements. Take my loop, come through the other hole, pass it through. There we go. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and cover this up with paper. So grab a piece. Let's do, let me see what I got left here. I have, this is for the book, so we'll set that to the side. Oh, I have some newspaper print. I can do the newspaper print and put that down. So I need to cut this. Where's my ruler? Okay, I'm at 3 inches. So I want to cut this at 3 inches. So 3 inches. Okay, there's my 3 inches. Let me move this out of the way. Okay, so with the strings attached, I'm gonna glue this down over top of the strings so the strings don't come out. I want to go ahead and zhuzh this up. And I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. You got what, Miss D or Kim D? I didn't see anything. I'm sorry. I didn't see any comment. Is everybody else okay? Oh, the string? Yeah, I just looped it through. And I looped the circle through, and then I pulled the string up through it so that I can make it nice and tight. Everybody else is good? Helene, are you good? Amber, are you good? You're welcome, honey. You're welcome. Okay, perfect. Miss Amber, are you okay, sweetie? Perfect. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead. Jade, are you okay, honey? Go ahead and glue this down. Yep, beautiful. All right, so I'm going to glue this down right on top. Okay, I'm going to clip this on the string to make sure that I get good connection. All right, and now I need to paper the bottom of this. So I still have a piece of the blue, so I can trim this to length, which would be right here, and I'm just going to cut it with scissors. So I'm going to cover the bottom. Again, zhuzhing up the edge. So I'm going to go ahead and glue the back of this, and then we're going to attach it to the bottom portion of the little shelf for the other book. Okay. Where is my bone folder? Here we go. Okay, pushing that down, making sure I got good connection. Beautiful. Okay. All right. There is that. All right, y'all. Now we are going to do our soft cover and our 2 signatures, and we're going to set this off to the side. We're going to set this off to the side. We're going to let that dry. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. That's what I want. Okay. So our 2 signatures, we are going to go ahead. I'm going to do the first signature first. And I want at least, hold on, a 1/2 inch from the front, from between here and here. I want at least a 1/2 inch. Okay. I'm going to take my awl. I'm going to go to the center of my journal. And again, we are going to do a simple 3 pamphlet stitch. Okay. So making sure that everything is straight. My awl right in the center. I'm going to push it out. You can see my awl. I'm going to back this up a little bit, and I'm going to put it in that soft cover so that I'm about a 1/2 inch. So there's my awl. So I have about a 1/2 inch between my awl and the front cover. Okay. So there's a 1/2 inch gap right there. I'm going to take my other awl, and again, I'm going to go down, same thing, push it through, another awl, Go to the top. Again, push it in. So I have a nice gap there. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and sew that first signature in. You can use the same color as your fabric, or you can use a different color. I'm going to use the same color as my fabric, and I'm going to do 3 times the length. There's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so before you guys sew anything in, please make sure the direction of the cover is the same direction as the inside, so you don't accidentally sew them in upside down. Okay, so if you have a directional, I do, but that is just a stamp. Those are just stamps. So this does not necessarily have a direction. The map, I mean, the words read that, this way, but that doesn't bother me. I'm okay with that. So again, we're doing a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch, nothing crazy. So I'm going to remove my awl in the middle. I'm going to go into that hole, and through the same hole that I created with my awl, I am going to pull it through. I'm going to still leave myself a tail. Okay, I'm going to leave myself a tail. I'm going to come down here to the bottom. I'm going to remove my awl. I'm going to stick it in that hole. Okay, pull that through the material. Oops. Please tell me I didn't pull that through. I did not, thank goodness. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and go through the paper. There's my second one. Now I'm going to remove my awl from the top. I'm going to go from my bottom all the way to the top. Again, putting it through the hole for the paper. And then I'm going to go into the hole that I created in my fabric. I'm going to come out. I am going to go in the hole in the middle through the fabric first. And then I'm going to go in through the paper. Go to the center. Pull that through. Okay, put my needle away. And so I want a tail. I want a tail on each side of this string. So I'm going to put one over there. Okay. I'm going to pull in the opposite directions, so that this is nice and tight. There's no buckling. There's my hole. There's my string. Nothing is pulling. Everything's nice and tight. I can go ahead and tie this off. Pull one more time. Tie this off twice. 1 and 2. And for this one, I am going to create a little bow. Okay. I am going to create a bow. Nice and tight. And I am going to add a little drop of glue, even though this is wax thread. For the bow, I'm still going to add a little drop of glue there on the knot. Rub it in. And there we go. So I know that my knot is not going to slip. Okay. So there's one signature. And I'm going to take my bone folder, varnish that down so that it lays. Okay. Now, I am going to flip this around so my back cover, because I want to make sure that I have exactly 1 inch between these two. So I need to make sure that I have my papers facing the wrong way, because these are now the wrong way. So these are now the wrong way. But I want to make sure that there is an inch gap between this and this. Okay. My signatures are the same height. I'm going to open them to the middle. Okay. I'm going to lay down my awl. Push my awl through. Okay, so now what I want to make sure is I have an inch gap here from my paper to, was it an inch? Let me make sure. Let me double check. No, I lied. It's a 1/2 inch. I lied. It was a 1/2 inch. I'm glad I double checked. Okay, so a 1/2 inch. So I need to make sure that there's a 1/2 inch. So I'm going to back this up. Let me put my ruler down. So I have a 1/2 inch space between my paper and that. So right about here is where I want to go in with my awl. So let me move my ruler out of the way. Oops. I already marked my mark on my fabric. I pulled a couple strings right there. Okay. Okay, make sure we got a 1/2 inch. Beautiful. Okay. Going in at making sure I am even Steven. And then again at the top. And then at the bottom. There we go. There we go. There's this one, and this one. There's my previous holes. Okay, I'm going to do 3 times. What do I do with my thread? Oh, there it is. Oop, wrong one. Oh, here it is. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Almost done, guys. Almost done. We're closing in. We're closing in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove the center awl. Put it in. Get it in the same hole. There we go. There's my string. Leave a tail. Remove my awl at the bottom. Go through the fabric. And then go ahead through the paper. Thank you, Killer Bee. Remove the bottom. Put that in. Go through the same hole. Come out. And then we are going to shorten up my tail here. Hold on. There we go. Then we're going to go back in through the center. Making sure I'm not catching my original thread, because we don't want to cross thread, because that leads into a nightmare. Then that means you got to back it out, because otherwise you won't be able to pull it tight. Back out through the center. Okay. Okay, again, I want a tail on each side of my string. I'm going to pull in the opposite directions. I'm going to go ahead and double check. Nice and tight. Nice and tight. Nothing's caught. I can go ahead and tie this off. That's one. And two. And again, I'm going to tie myself a little bow. Hi, Keisha and Nana. Little bow. There we go. And I'm going to put a little glue there to hold the knot. But it's only really to hold the bow knot, not necessarily the knot itself, because we've already double knotted it. Okay. Let me trim that off just a little bit. Trimmy trim, trimmy trim. There we go. Okay, so let me use my bone folder, fold this over, varnish the pages. All right. So there we have. So you can actually, let me trim this a little bit. There we go. Okay, so there is enough space in this to be able to, here just tapping myself into another, I love you. So there's enough space to be able to add ephemera to this second book. So there is, again, you can see there is plenty of space. We got the space to be able to add stuff to it. Not just if you wanted to add coffee stained paper, whatever. You could have done 3 signatures. That is absolutely fine. Okay, let me raise you up. Let me grab my book. All right, let me grab the book. Let me move everything to the side. Here we go. Excuse me, y'all. Okay, I am going to add a paper clip to this to hold this shut. So I'm going to go ahead and paper clip this. There we go. All right. Make some room. All right, so we have that. We're going to cross that over. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Flip it. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Flip it. Okay. There we go. We have our bulldog clip for our strings. We also have, oops, that got dirty. Hold on. We have our little chain. Okay. We need our bulb pin that came with your kit. What do you do with that journal? Which journal? Crazy Cat Lady, which journal? I'm going to put the chain on the bulb pin. Oops. Wait, what the heck happened? The one you're making. What do you mean as far as what, love? Like, what do you mean, what do you do with it? You can give it away. You can do anything. Okay, actually, we're going to go on that piece. And then take this, put that up in, put that through the hole of that. Oops, damn it. Hold on. What about the chipboard that we covered? That's, I'll show you. I'll show you, Miss Amber. I'll show you. Okay, so I'm going to put the bulb pin through there and through that part of the necklace. Okay, and then attach that to the end of the bull clip. Come on. My fat fingers. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. There's that. All right. Then we have our board. Okay. There. And then we have, wait, where is it? Hold on. The hell? There was something else. What am I missing? Oh, the magnifying glass. I'm like, wait a minute, what else are we missing? There's our little dangly. But this piece is just loose. This piece is just loose. You put that in here. You can put your paper clip on there, okay, to hold it in there so it doesn't fall out, but you can decorate it with the ephemera, whatever. But hold on, let me stand her up. So there we go. Hold on, y'all, let me fix my cup here so it doesn't move. Hold, please. Okay. So we have our magnifying glass. We have our little magnifying glass here, little pocket, and again, you guys can decorate it however you so choose. This opens up, and again, paper clip. There's a little flap. You can decorate it however you choose. This is just a board to put in so you can write on a flat surface. But again, you can decorate this however you so choose. And then we have, hold on, let me move you guys once again. Hold on. Yes, we are. We are. We are done, though. We just finished. We're just doing a quick little flip through. Okay. So again, this is, you decorate it however you so choose. Same thing with this. It's however you so choose. You have your spyglass. You have your paper clip. If you want to hold this in there, whatever. This is, you know, decorate it however you so choose, but there's plenty of room to be able to decorate. Yay! But there's our little pull out. Okay. This is the front inside cover. And again, a little bull clip holding down the strings and your little spyglass. Open this up. And there is our little shelf for our book. Hold on. Shelf for our little book here. Fits right in there. And it, again, has plenty of room to be able to add to it. So you guys can add ephemera, decorate it, add vintage things to it. And there's our little clippy clip. Where's our bulldog clip? There it is. I'm going to add the little bulldog clip back on there to hold that in. There we go. Has anyone lost their minds or gone cross-eyed yet? Nope, I don't think so. I don't think so. And then here is our center. And again, I'm holding mine shut with a paper clip. And then this opens up, and then we have all of our tall and skinny. And then this is attached to the spine. Put our little paper clip on there. And then we have our back piece. And again, this is where our little magnifying glass would go with the back piece. Excuse me. So there's our magnifying glass. And then we have this. This unties. This opens up. And then again, there's another little shelf to hold our notebooks. And there is our notebooks. And that is our 2 books in 1 book. But that's what we got. Everybody good? Yay! I'm sorry that y'all got kind of lost there for a hot minute. I promise you, I did not do it on purpose. It is a big book, and like I said, there's plenty, like there's enough space here that if you wanted to, you can sew in, which I plan on doing later, sewing in right here, just coffee stained paper. So there's enough room here to be able to do 1 or 2 signatures of just coffee stained paper. Because we left that much room to be able to do that. So either way, there's plenty of room to be able to expand. But it is a biggin. It is a biggin, but it was so worth it. Again, we have, you know, it's 2 books within 1 book. But I love it. I don't know about you guys, if you guys thought it was a pain in the ass. If you guys thought it was a pain in the ass or not, but I love, and again, there's plenty of room to be able to expand. You can add more journal space here. I mean, this, like I said, this is exactly how I make furniture. just ask, where did you get this idea? I believe it was Victoria Designs is where I got the idea. Their book is done a little bit differently, but that's pretty much, I saw it and I was like, oh my God, I love it. Love it. But I just came up with my own little thing. I like it. I think theirs is like one book. What were we supposed to do with the letter? Oh, the letter. Yes. Hold on. I did forget about the letter. Okay, so the letter. Thank you, Amber, for asking. Okay, so the letter, it gets folded up old school style. The letter gets folded up old school style. Aw, thank you. You can see the creases in the letter itself. So it gets folded up and you can zhuzh up the outside edges. You can zhuzh up the inside, and then all of that then gets tucked into one of your little spots. That's what that is. Aw, thank you. But you guys are awesome. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. But anyway, I love y'all. I'm going to get off here. I'm going to go get myself some dinner. And not just eat peanut butter pretzels. But I'm going to download the video. Kept taking just in case someone needed CPR. Oh, that's too funny. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. But thank you, guys. I'm going to. I love spending the day with you guys too. I love doing these classes, even though I know some of them are kind of crazy, but in all honesty, I love spending the day with you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have to do anything else other than spend the day with you guys. Anyway, but I love you all. If you guys need anything or have any questions, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and go grab something to eat. And again, you know, the premise of the whole book, like I said, some of it came from something that I saw, but the rest of it is mine that I came up with. But the overall idea, like I said, I'm not the first person to think of something like this. I'm not going to be the last person to think about something like this. But some of it is my original idea and some of it is somebody else's idea. But I just combined them both together and created something different. But anyway, I love y'all. Y'all have a great day. And, or I should say great evening, and I will see you guys later. Bye, y'all. Love you. And again, thank you again, once again, for spending the day with me. I appreciate you. Bye, guys.